And we will have an offensive new explosion player on offense. Just know that, Skip. Just remember, I told you that. All right,
Okay.
Skip? It will be a new.
Are you saying you have
explosion player on offense.
inside information?
I'm just telling you, Skip.
Okay,
It's, you know,
all right.
when they break, just say, oh, yeah, Leave said that.
Okay.
I do my thing. You know people. I know people.
So Howie's already got a handshake deal with the Broncos to send AJ to
Nah, I
Denver.
ain't say all that. That's you. You
Oh!
said that. You know what I'm saying?
So Talib knew. Obviously, Waddle and Surtain knew, and that's why they were goofing around with, I'm going to beat the shizzle out of them.
And by the way, we heard the audio of that conversation, and I watched the video yesterday. The video changed it. He's smiling the whole time. And then the response on Surtain goes, you got too much dip. He's sitting there while he's doing the interview, eating a bag of chips the whole interview.
You got too much dip in your chip.
Yeah.
Which is
but
great.
he's sitting there holding a bag of chips that whole time he's doing this interview and talking.
Yeah.
And when you see the video, it really changes everything. Right as soon as you see it, you go, oh, them guys are boys. They're boys and they're playing. That's a little talk smack to your brother type thing. My brother and I are 65 and 60. And every time we get together at holidays, I was just saw him on the All-Star break. I'll see him in 4th of July. At least twice the time I'm there, he always says, you can't whoop me. I said, well, let's go.
Yeah. Oh, they're boys.
We're like on Medicare. We're talking about going outside and fighting.
And how big's your younger brother?
He's about 6'6", 290.
Oh, so little guy.
Yeah.
As you would say. All right, so now no first-round pick.
Yeah, but did you ever have a first-round pick?
Yeah, the draft is still really important, and it's just a deeper dive into the guys that could sort of fit the bill, later on.
We should go back and look at. I don't know how many times the Broncos have drafted from, say, 24 on in the first round, and see who those players were and what they turned into, and then be like, would we rather have that, or would you rather have Jaylen Waddle?
Well, I clearly would rather have Jaylen Waddle because, again, it's about winning now. And your window to win is
now,
especially before you have to back up the Brinks truck for Bo Nix. Because when you do that, you're going to have to reshape your entire team.
Did you hear that wailing that happened about 4 or 5 hours ago? Could you not hear that?
Who was that?
There's the entire AFC West going really screaming.
Is that what that was?
Because, listen, everybody's going, look what the Raiders are doing. They're going to be doing this. Look how much money they spent. Look at the Chiefs. They got a guy. They got boom, boom, boom. Look what they're going to do.
Yeah.
San Diego, or Chargers. And all of a sudden, the best player that went to any of those teams came to Denver.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Think about it.
So is he a more impactful player than anybody else the other teams got in free agency?
Is he more impactful than Kenneth Walker?
Yes.
I hope so. That'd be nice if he was. Although Kenneth Walker, that's going to be interesting. What do you think?
I think it's far easier for a running back to have a bigger impact on a game week in, week out, because you're not reliant. You're on your own. You're relying on the offensive line, but you're not relying on a million different pieces. So in theory, it's far easier for the running back.
All I know, there's a video online. This lady looks like she's like a witch.
How's she doing?
She could play a witch.
Okay.
And she's sitting there, music's going on, and she's putting makeup the whole time. Ends up putting false teeth in.
Does her face look like a caved-in crab apple? Is that what you're saying?
It looks like it. And then by the end of it, it looks like a supermodel, and I'm going, you just scared every human male in the history of the world. Listen, Kenneth Walker was splitting carries last year until the other back got hurt. Now you know what he did? He came to the ball. He came to the ball and shown out with some in glass slippers. But did you get Cinderella or Finderella? Come on now.
Did the Broncos get a top 5 receiver in the league?
No.
Did they get a top 10 receiver in the league?
Probably.
Did they get a Pro Bowl receiver?
Well, he's never made a Pro Bowl.
Hasn't made it yet.
The argument for all those things is that, no, he's never had the ability to be a top 10 guy because he's been paired up with Tyreek Hill.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's never had the ability to be a Pro Bowler because Tyreek Hill gets all the attention. To answer both those questions very directly, no, he's not a Pro Bowler today, and no, he's not a top 10 wide receiver today. But he's an incredible complementary piece for the guys that we've already got in the room.
It is a monster ticket Tuesday. Again, Ellie is your keyword. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large peach is just $10. You can order at papamurphys.com. Again, the keyword is Ellie. We'll go to Florida. David Furones from the Sun Sentinel, who's covered Jaylen Waddle for years now, will give an insight as to who this guy is and what he could bring to Denver as the Broncos make a move. Finally, and it's a huge one. PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're looking for a simple one-day solution to reverse your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, by the way, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, fantastic at what they do. And they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. And at the end of the rainbow for the Broncos is Jaylen Waddle for a first. And what is a fourth? And you get a third and a fourth. They hash everything else. David Feronas from the Sun Sentinel in Florida joins us right now for some insight. David, thank you for joining us. What kind of guy, let's just start there. What type of personality are the Broncos getting in Jaylen Waddle?
Well, Jaylen Waddle's a fun-loving guy. I see him most in the interview setting, and maybe he's a little bit quiet, a little bit cautious once you get all the cameras around him and people holding recorders up to his face. And so he won't be fully himself. He'll kind of premeditate everything he says a little bit, kind of has his go-to things to say in the interview setting. But when you see him in the locker room just interacting with teammates, you really just get the sense he's a guy that brings guys together. He jokes around with teammates, always smiling, always laughing, always cracking jokes. You probably got a glimpse of that in that interview he did at whatever it was, a boxing event, where he said he wants to beat Patrick Surtain's behind. So former Alabama teammates obviously now reuniting in Denver. I know if you can see on his Instagram story, they were both smiling together in a screenshot Waddle posted of his Instagram story. So of them FaceTiming each other. So obviously those two guys get along well. I think Waddle gets along with pretty much everyone he's around. So that's really the kind of guy he is.
Which means they knew the trade. Those two probably knew this trade was coming down 48 hours ago.
Yeah. That's what that struck me as. It kind of all came together because I felt it was kind of random when I saw Waddle talking about that and mentioning Surtain specifically. Now you kind of maybe wondered, okay, is there something they know that we don't know? And I think it probably all came together now, seeing this news today.
Broncos give up a first, which is their 30th pick. Maybe consider that a second-round value. They give up a third, and they swap fourth. What do you think about the value?
I like what the Dolphins got in return. I know a lot of people say first-round pick. Oh, well, it's basically a second. Well, no, it is. It's actually still in the first round. An actual second would be in the second. But still, it's not only the late first-rounder. It's also a third-rounder. The exchange of fourth-round picks for the Dolphins. Well, I remember when we were talking to John Eric Sullivan, the new Dolphins GM, who comes from the Green Bay Packers, at the Combine, and when he referred to the Dolphins draft picks, he would use the word only. He said, we have only 8 draft picks. So it kind of hinted at he wants more than just the 8 that they had before this trade. So for the Dolphins, a team that is in the midst of a roster overhaul, I know they haven't used the word rebuild specifically, but if it looks like a rebuild, if it smells like a rebuild, it's probably a rebuild. The point is they're overhauling the roster. So it's out with the old, in with the new. And you're able to address this position now with all those early draft picks. So among the draft picks now they have, it's 7 in the first 100 selections. So in the first 3 rounds, when you also consider the third that they got. So opportunities to find a wide receiver, like if it's a Mekhi Lemon or Jordan Tyson with that number 11 pick, still address edge rusher, corner in this draft, possibly find an O-lineman. So many things that the Dolphins could do with all those draft picks. Move up if you really like a guy, move down and acquire more picks. So I like what the Dolphins got in return for this deal.
Yeah, I mean you're gonna win like 3 games next year, but that's not what it's about for you guys. And for the Broncos, it's about winning the Super Bowl next year. So it seems to make sense for everybody. What kind of sacrifices did Waddle have to make playing alongside of Tyreek Hill, if any?
Yeah, it's funny because I even thought going back to that 70-20 game that the Dolphins won a few years ago. Now it's just, the Broncos might beat the Dolphins 70-20 next time they face off.
Maybe.
Yeah, but Waddle was actually inactive that game. He didn't play. It was all this Tyreek Hill and Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane in his coming out party as a rookie. So just incidentally, he was actually out that game. But yeah, sorry. What was the original question?
What kind of sacrifices did Waddle make playing alongside of Tyreek Hill?
Right. Yeah, he definitely had to take a step back. He got so many targets as a rookie that number 6 pick in the 2021 draft, that was the last year of Brian Flores. George Godsey was co-offensive coordinators with Eric Stoodsville that year. And they had not much else on offense. So Jaylen Waddle, as a rookie, was already the most talented weapon in that offense, got a bunch of targets, had to take a little bit of a step back as Tyreek Hill got there. They played it up as a 1A, 1B, but really when you looked at it, it was Tyreek Hill 1, and then and Jaylen Waddle had to take a step back, be that number 2. Although he did get to 1,300 yards in 22, barely got to over the 1,000-yard mark in 23. But then, even last year, as Tyreek was hurt, then Waddle couldn't quite get back to that 1,000-yard number. So a lot of it due to Tua Tagovailoa, his play. He took a step back, but certainly for some prime years there, while he was still on his rookie contract, then Waddle did have to see fewer targets than he would have had on the natural progression. And then now you're still getting Waddle in his prime with several years left on his contract where he could be a wide receiver 1 for Bo Nix.
As far as on the field, when we watch him next year, when and where will he be his best at?
He can do so much. He has the speed to go down the field. So the only problem is Tua and his arm strength sometimes couldn't quite get the ball out there. So possibly that could flourish some more with a change of scenery. He runs crisp routes everywhere. So in the middle of the field, he can work a little bit. Mid-range depth. Tua had great chemistry with him on slant routes, a lot of RPO action where Waddle would be coming along over the middle on a slant. Tua would hit him. One thing Tua was accurate. So they always had that down pat. Can take the ball in a short route, make plays after the catch with the ball in his hands. So elite speed, crisp route running. Sometimes had some issues with some drops, but he got a little bit better with that last year. So I think he'll continue to do that.
All right, David. Well, exciting for us, developing for you guys. Lots of you guys. The draft will be fascinating for us. It'll be a snooze fest on the first day, but hey, man, good things hopefully for you guys in the future, and we appreciate you jumping on with us.
Yeah, absolutely, anytime, guys.
David Ferrone is from the Sun Sentinel, joining us, and on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Okay, seems like a good dude. A lighthearted guy. Obviously, we've seen some fun. I mean, this was all a goof.
Jaylen Waddle, I have a quick question for you.
Talk to me.
Later in your career or now, would you ever see yourself getting inside the ring and brand race?
Who am I fighting? Like you gotta give me like who I'm fighting.
Give me anybody.
Pat Surtain. I beat the out of him.
Oh, Pat Surtain.
Beat the dog out of him.
Oh my God. All right.
There's a lot more people.
That's a lot more people?
But that's just top of my mind. I beat the dog, bro. Yeah.
I mean, that's really funny now put into perspective. I mean, that's hysterical. And that was their way of
2 days ago.
That was their way of winking. That was
wink. See you soon,
that
pal.
was the nod and the wink right there, which is pretty cool.
And they're on Facebook today.
Yeah.
Or on FaceTime today with each other.
Yes. So, hey man,
look,
you get first round picks from Alabama, you can't go wrong.
And I will say
they're
this:
gonna be all right, aren't they?
I know I had this conversation with Scott, and maybe we found an anomaly here. It feels like every wide receiver, A.J. Brown, go down the list, Stephon Diggs, whoever, they're all divas to some degree. They've all got problems. I don't know what the problem is with Jaylen Waddle.
I don't see it. And having Pat Surtain, who's such a huge leader for your team, sign off on a guy is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like something that's going to matter. And A.J. Brown, what was the biggest hesitation with A.J. Brown? First of all, you're going to, give up one of the best leaders of your team in Cortland Sutton, and you're bringing this guy in?
Reading has been de-emphasized in Denver, and would he have enough books if he came here?
Right. So, again, you don't seem to have any of these issues with Waddle, and we'll take a deeper dive into it as we go. Plus, Adam Schefter will join us at 1:40 to talk about how this deal was going on for like a year. Like some talks on and off about it. The NCAA tournament lives on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in on Thursday and Friday for live coverage of the first 2 rounds. Don't miss a second of tournament action. It's powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to reputationlawgroup.com.
Hey, if you need a new vehicle, don't waste your time. Go to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford's got the best prices, the best customer service, the best inventory, and I think relationships matter. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've done it 5 times. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. They're going to take care of you, respect your time, get you in, get you out, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Guys, with over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know what your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Takes me back to the Ogden Theater right here, buddy.
We used to play this song live, me and Andy's band. I thought I was going to die after I would play this song, and I'd play it poorly, but it's fast. But enjoy it. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. I don't know, people are just wasted right now. That's always a fun one. Just people just totally blasted by noon or so because the pubs are just going.
Oh, the old days.
The old days. Very quickly. So you used to live down in Greenwood Village, McCormick and Schmick's.
Yep.
And we did a bit on KVPI of all things. And we just it was a stop drunk driving bit. But we were just out of our brains.
Where you bring the cop in and they do your
all that
breathalyzers?
stuff. And so then we went from there over to Darcy's, which is a great pub, sort of nearby. And again, out of our brains.
That was my place.
And I have no idea how I ended up stumbling into McCormick and Schmick's, but that's a little bit more upscale.
Yeah. Great bar, though.
Great bar. Gorgeous place. But it's just a little bit like, so it's like 12:30 and we roll in like, they kicked us out within like 3 minutes of being there. Like actually got thrown out, got dropped off at home, living over in Aurora at the time. My wife was so pissed off at me. We had a basement with a lock. Like you could get locked down into the basement. She locked me in the basement and just basically was like, sober up. It was like the true Irish experience. It was like I was in a scene from a modern day's Angela's Ashes with just being totally hammered and letting down my family.
He just lived. You were the troll in the basement, literally, right there, right? I mean,
it was like that. It was
what time did she allow you to emerge?
I have no idea. I didn't get up till like 3 o'clock the next morning. I fell asleep at 2:30 in the afternoon, and who knows whatever time I woke up.
So what do you got to do? You got to bang on the door in the morning? Let me in.
It was something like that. Something along those lines.
Was there a bathroom down there?
Yeah, there was a bathroom down there.
Well, that's good.
But it was a crappy little Aurora POS basement. But we did have a bathroom, thank God, down there. Anyways, happy St. Patrick's Day. Jaylen Waddle, the deal is done. We'll have Adam Schefter on with us in 37 minutes to talk about how it went, your overall thoughts about the Waddle deal.
I'm just so fired up about it, man. I've been bored to tears. We've all been bored to tears. And yes, I was doubting the game plan. Yes, I was wondering if the Broncos were ever going to sign somebody. So much time had evaporated, man. And here we are. They put it all together. It all makes sense now. The entire thing flows together. You brought back the continuity. You're going to continue the culture with the same guys that were already here before. And you added... You could argue what you needed, what position you needed most on offense between running back, tight end, and wide receiver. But we would all agree, group those together, and you desperately needed a new playmaker. You added a new playmaker on offense. Mission accomplished.
I think it's outstanding. Like I said, it hushes all the criers. I mean, other than the Avs game last night, Andy ought to be sated a little bit, and a little more calm. And
was he flipping out?
Oh, I called him because I went and watched soccer last night, so I called him when I got home, and I went 4-2. Or actually, I texted him 4-2.
4-2. They were just getting started.
Oh, I know that now because I got to see the last part of it.
We'll get to some Nathan MacKinnon here in about 5 minutes, by the way, which is kind of interesting, but go ahead.
But Andy calls me within 3 minutes of that text. It was if you could have taken Ralph Cramden without a censor.
Yeah.
And it was
emotional.
A 5-minute emotional, vulgar tirade, and Dummy made a mistake of putting it on speaker, and my daughter's over on the sideline goes, her eyes got real big.
Well, that's on you. Well, you got Andy on speakerphone.
I didn't know that he was going to go down the way that way.
Do you think this will make most Broncos fans pretty happy about free agency?
This is the only thing that'll make Andy happy after that loss.
Okay. Okay.
And Andy does represent the fan.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Because there was anger out there. There was frustration.
Fans just want something big. You want to wake up on Christmas morning and go see the biggest present possible under the tree, and that's what they got. So this should solve all the complaints.
What the Broncos said, because it looked like the Broncos were saying, we're good. with everything we got. We don't need to be better. We're the smartest guys in the room. Now they're admitting, theoretically, okay, there are areas we needed to be better. And this is an area that we're going to focus on.
But listen, you just said that last segment. This didn't just pop up. This has been worked on. They had a budget and said, listen, yeah, we'll get a new running back if we can get ETN at $8 million. Imagine if you could have gotten ETN at $8 million and you still pull off the Waddle trade.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you're going absolutely nuts right now. And I think they had that budget because they knew this was going to come down and this was going to happen. And so here you go.
Well, it's clear if they're going to do anything else aside from the draft, it isn't in free agency. It would probably be through another trade. Do you guys think there'll be something else? Or do you think this is it?
I think that we're done in terms of big moves. Yeah, there's still going to be some puzzle pieces added, whether that's depth at linebacker, depth at safety, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You will find a few more bodies. But in terms of big moves, there's no big running backs left that you're going to go get. Maybe you could make a move for a tight end.
I was just thinking like David Njoku. Would you make a move there?
Well, that would just be a free agent.
It would be a free agent, but it would be a lower cost free agent at this point.
You could talk me into it, but I wouldn't be overly excited about it.
Then how many tight ends you got?
I think anybody you would acquire in free agency now is not like a huge game plan. It's more of a
Filler.
Filler, support. See if it can, like it's filling a crack. It's like good caulk.
Yeah.
You're
it's
just
like when grandma's made that second raspberry pie and you ran out of raspberries, so you threw a little blackberry in there.
Sure. You just throw a little blackberry in there. You know what I'm saying? Just whatever, a little filler.
Filler, got to fill it in.
But a trade could be big. A trade could be the whole pie. David Njoku would be the blackberry in a raspberry. What did you say? That was a good one.
Yeah, raspberry pie, and then you
raspberry pie. I've never had a raspberry pie.
Now, if you
might have
could
been a blackberry pie, and she filled it in with raspberry.
Either way,
if you could package a Troy Franklin, or gosh, I don't want to give up Cortland, but I suppose you could consider.
Holy cow! What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, if there's a way to package one of those guys for a significant upgrade at tight end,
who would that be? That'd be a hell of a deal. What tight end would you even have in mind for something like that?
Well, I'm not sure right now. I mean, I don't have somebody in mind. I'm just tossing out a scenario.
Okay. Yeah, well, that'd be big stuff right there. Like a top line tight end for Cortland Sutton.
My preference.
Interesting.
My preference there would be to keep Cortland.
Sure. I think that's where, and I think that's what they'll do. All right, let me say this. Ask this: is Cortland Sutton right now your biggest trade bait candidate? Meaning you could get more for Cortland than anybody else on the team if you were making a trade, because you no longer have a first-round draft pick. That's out the window.
No, Riley Moss would still be your biggest.
How about Riley Moss? Did you catch him, by the way?
What?
For earned incentive compensation. So maybe you can tell more about this deal the NFL has.
So it's called performance-based pay, and it was huge for me because what it is it's a way to pay players that ended up playing a lot. They were on the field for a lot of the season, and they've got the lowest salaries on the team. So the guys that are on the field the most with the lowest salaries are going to get paid the most via the performance pay that comes from the NFL when the season's all said and done. It was huge for me when I was playing because I was an undrafted guy. Riley Moss was a fourth rounder. He ended up making $1.14 million extra from performance-based pay.
That is a hell of a deal. Can you imagine that in the workplace if you really just did so great?
Well, it's
that the industry itself would reward you.
So,
like the entire industry, like all your opponents would go, "Hey, by the way,
you are so good.
Your show is killing everybody in the market.
So
we all want to slip you an extra $2,000."
So it is nice, and I'm not complaining about it at all. But it's not like arbitration in baseball. Like you don't get to go retroactively and get your full value like you can in baseball. That's a far more amazing deal. But yeah, it does help.
All right, let me give you, and we'll dig into this more and have Adam at 140. The Avalanche last night, you mentioned it. It might have been as bad of a combo of defense and goaltending that I've certainly seen all year, and as bad as you kind of get. So afterwards, it was so depressing. It was you getting your ass kicked. There were a ton of Penguins fans there. It just was like, who in the world would even watch the end of that game? So I'm going into the locker room, and you're like, oh, boy, they lost. It was miserable. This is going to be whatever. Who's sitting over there in his locker? Nathan MacKinnon, just chilling. I'm like, Usually Nate's kind of, because don't forget, the Avs have 2 locker rooms. They take off their outer gear, and then they got like a shower, inner gear room. So if you want to, you can get out of your skates and your pads and whatever, and most guys do relatively quick, especially Nathan MacKinnon. Not last night. Nate just he's sitting there.
Wanted to vent?
He's sitting there, and I'm looking at him like, he's really just chilling. And good for our guy, Jesse from Guerrilla Sports, who because Nate can be a little bit intimidating. I'm not going to lie. Not a lot of guys I just get a little freaked out about just going up to and talking to. He's one of them.
Right.
Jesse goes up. Jesse's really good at this and starts talking to him. And Nate wants to talk. And, you see that and you're like, Jesse's got like a great one-on-one. That's good. Good for Jesse. He's the only one I'm not going to bug in. He keeps talking. And then I see another muggle sort of kind of ease over there. I'm like, okay, if there's 2 muggles over there, I can go over there. Nate wanted to get some stuff off his chest. So let me play it for you, but let's talk about that moment of him trying to say something. I want you to understand the context. This is not just Nate talking because he talks all the time. He wanted to talk last night.
The chemistry matters, and if guys are used to playing center and filling in and routes, it's just no one's fault. It's just different, new teams, and then a lot of different line combinations lately for everybody. So it's hard, it's hard. I mean, it sounds like an excuse. Tonight was just bad too. We just played bad. It wasn't like we were all bad. I thought we had a pretty good start. I don't know. It's one of those nights that just sucked.
Let me give you one more.
Lines and deep pairs need to sit down and go through clips and figure out what our system is right now. Too much passing around the perimeter. The only good shift of the game we had was when Bursey took 4 shots from the strong side and then they took 1 in the net. So that's how we have to play. We're too perimeter. We don't shoot enough. We haven't had 30 shots in 4 games now, which is very, very rare for us. Usually we work off that D1 shot. And obviously our tracking, forward tracking, need to help our D more. And even the Seattle game wasn't great either. Sometimes winning can mask some stuff. Winnipeg were good defensively. We just didn't shoot the puck at all. No one's at the net. So, we need to get guys in the paint.
Well, basically, he said everything Andy was in his tirade to me last night. And like I said, I didn't see it early. And again, 0 for 4 on the power play, I believe. He said, Scott, you don't understand. They had a chance at a power play early. They didn't get a shot.
We have to look at our systems. We have to sit down basically as a team. We have to look film. We haven't taken shots on. Who's he talking to right there?
Coaches.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
So that's one of the best players in the world calling out his coaches. Okay. You guys got a thought about that?
Well, and again, I'm going to steal this from Andy, and Andy's more articulate than it was, and I'm just going on part of his rant. I don't want to steal his thunder. And man, if you're listening, you can call in and rant too before your show. It's just you get too many pretty guys on the same line. You got to break up the lines. You got to put what's the new kid? Not jock, no jock.
Well, they have been mixing up the defensive lines because they don't have enough offensive players. Like they're going 11 forwards and 7D. They did that last night.
But he's talking about on the power plays in particular. You got to get one gritty guy instead of Natchez and MacKinnon. He said all they do is they pass around the perimeter. He just said we pass around the perimeter. Now, the way he sounded like that's the system calls for it.
He's saying we got to look at our system.
Yeah, our system calls for passing around the perimeter. And his thing, what was the new guy we traded for? The funny name?
Blankenberg.
No, not that guy. That's a little guy.
Vic Waugh.
Nick Waugh. He said you got to put Nick Waugh in with a MacKinnon and get the 2 pretty guys out there because Nick Waugh will get in front of the net and cause trouble and get in people's way and blah, blah, blah. He said you got to start putting some toughness in there. We're playing – all we do is play perimeter. Well, then To me, I've always blamed players. I blame players first because you're on the ice playing. You got to do your stuff. But right there, MacKinnon's saying, no, that's kind of the way I take it. We're told to play that way. Is that how you took it?
I absolutely took it that way. And I'm trying to point out to everybody to let you know what it was like inside the locker room. MacKinnon was waiting around. Now, he wasn't waving guys over, but you sit in your locker long enough, you're going to get some attention.
And that's unusual for him.
That is unusual for him. And listen to the way he's talking, too. That's not a pissed off. That's somebody who wants to say something. That's not somebody who's short or being asked gotcha questions by the media or whatever. That doesn't sound like somebody who is obligated to say that. He, in my opinion, he wants to say that for whatever his reasons are. Good leadership?
I don't know if that is. I don't know if that is good leadership. You see those things a lot on bad teams. You see those things a lot on teams that are spiraling, calling out coaches, decisions. Hey, we're being told to do this. Avs are a pretty dang good team, man. So I actually don't know if I love that given the context of where this team's
Now,
at.
I'll tell you this. I think 100% they were looking past this game and looking forward to Dallas. I couldn't believe how many times after the game Dallas actually came up. And Brock Nelson even said, this game is just as important as Dallas, meaning
they didn't look at that.
They 100% were looking past this game.
This was a trap game for them.
This was a trap game for them. It was like Sammy G, who they did honor, by the way, and he sat down in like a Zamboni entrance to be on the camera, and then he went back up to the media room because I saw him up there. I was like, that's Sammy wearing his toque. Yeah.
I have no problem with the leadership of him doing that. We've seen Joker kind of do that too.
Is it leadership?
If it has to follow something.
Okay, go ahead.
It has to follow. This is what we see, right? We get that. That's what DMac got to see last night, right? That's what the guys in the locker room when Joker stays around. All of a sudden, he's kind of going off and says stuff. If that's the only time you're saying it, then it's not leadership.
Correct.
But if now you're in those little clip meetings and the film meetings and stuff like that, and you're standing up and saying, "What are we doing?" And now you because we're a team, and team includes the coaches. And if the coaches are too sensitive to be called out to, then you got the wrong coaches.
So that might have been leadership.
So it could have been leadership, but it can't stop just with muggles. That has to be in closed doors with the team, with the staff, and say, what are we doing? Why are we doing it this way?
Okay.
We need to change something. Help us. And if that's not part of the equation, then it's not leadership. If it is part of the equation, because we never see that. Listen. I've been told for the Nuggets, but I'm not in there, of things that go on with doors that have been closed over the last 4 or 5 years. I'm like, whoa, okay, good. That was needed. We don't see it. We don't get to hear about it out here.
Yeah, but there's another danger that comes with it when a guy like Nate says something like that publicly about his coaches. The danger that comes with that is all the plebs that come after Nate. Now they're like, well, if Nate doesn't respect him, why should I respect him?
In fairness, too, Jared Bednar after the game said there's a communication issue. And he was asked, well, who needs to communicate better? And he goes, everybody. And there's you might be surprised how much talking there is out on the ice. I think it's very common in basketball. You hear guys talking all the time. I don't know in football. I doubt there's a lot. It's hard to just run a play, that sort of thing. But to me, it's weird. Like, wow, on the ice, like, how do you hear anything?
I think there's more talking in sports and even football than you realize.
Okay, there probably is. And the degree that isn't happening with the Avalanche right now on the ice is, to me, pretty interesting. And Bednar said it wasn't just like the new guys. We're having issues with our older guys on this, too. So there's a communication issue. There's a systems issue that's been rearing its ugly head with the power play all year.
You changed power play coaches at the end of last season. And I believe statistically, Dan, you could help me out here, I'm not sure the power play is not worse than it was last season.
Oh, it's got to be.
Percentage-wise, it is. I can look at what the exact numbers are. But
and so, eventually Harry Truman steps in, doesn't he?
The buck stops here. Well, it is a huge game tomorrow. That is not a lie. Everybody knows it's gargantuan.
And everything goes away. You go in there and blast Dallas.
Thank God Dallas lost to Utah, and got it handed to him 6-3. So
trap game for them too then.
Probably. So this game tomorrow should be unbelievable.
I wish we were giving tickets away for this.
Well, Scott, we have your chance to win tickets to see that matchup. Text the keyword Bobby right now, 303-504-0925. First and last name, and you're entered. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large piece is just $10. Find a location near you. Order at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Bobby.
Have you figured out the keywords yet?
Bobby.
Ellie and Bobby. I figured it out. I like cartoons. We'll announce.
It has nothing to do with the cartoon.
Ellie and Bobby is not a cartoon? Then I guess I haven't figured it out. Well, I'll stick around. Maybe we'll figure it out together. Well, you're Mr. Smarty Pants already. Look at you. He's just beaming over there. So proud of himself. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Adam Schefter at 140. Huge day for the Broncos. Jaylen Waddle. Woo! Let's go.
Hey, there's a couple times in our lives, and I hope all those listeners out here never need to use the group I'm about to tell you about. Good friends have just met these guys, these gals. It's called the Reputation Law Group, and what they do is they specialize in divorce and DUI matters. If you or someone you know is facing a tough time going through these, and trust me, it is not fun, whether it's a divorce or a DUI or anything like that, the Reputation Law Group, get them on your side. They can schedule a consultation. They're powerhouse attorneys. They take care of you. They go through it with you, and it's nice. Listen, having gone through one of those two, and I hope I never go through the other one, it's nice to have somebody on your side. Easy to get a hold on. It's thereputationlawgroup.com, thereputationlawgroup.com. They can help you through these tough times. They'll get that free consultation set up, and it's really just a click away. thereputationlawgroup.com.
There you go. Now we're Irish. Zombie. Adam Schefter will join us in about 10 minutes. Again, the keyword is Bobby. You just told me what it was all about, by the way. I would have never figured that out unless, boy, I haven't even looked ahead. If the last keyword is, I would have figured it out. I see what the last keyword is. We'll give you the skinny on that in less than an hour. But, Bobby, the keyword for this hour, monster game. Adam will join us in 10 minutes. Just talked to the Broncos, and they will have some.
Who'd you talk to? You talked to Greg Penner?
I did not talk to Greg. I did not talk to
Sean
Greg.
Payton?
It was down a couple levels below that. But they will be they plan on, as long as they don't get Crosby'd with the physical, they will have like a media availability for Jaylen Waddle tomorrow. And this apparently had been going on for about 10 days or so. And they, crossed the T's and dotted the I's, and they could make it official. So while there was apparently interest over the year, this really got going about 10 days ago. So this could have happened before free agency started, but it didn't. And one thing I was told is you have to keep in mind, the Dolphins have all new people over on their side of things too. So it just takes a little bit to figure out. I remember that about Zach Wilson. You remember hearing that about Zach? Like they tried to get the Zach Wilson deal done for like months, and it just got hung up for whatever reason. So I think the plan for the Broncos was to get this done actually quite a few days ago, and it just kind of, hemmed and hawed and took some time. So Aqib and these guys, now that even makes more sense. They didn't know just like probably a day or 2 days ago. They probably knew like a week and a half ago that this was going down. So whatever. That's just the how the sausage is made. Either way, Jaylen Waddle comes to the Broncos, and everybody's pretty excited.
Well, I think it's huge, and it is kind of funny.
It would have been more fun if this started free agency, though, right, guys? Like, had this happened right before we would have had a complete different narrative about everything going on.
Yeah, but it almost tastes better now. Like if you got this at the very beginning and then you didn't get anything after, you might have been like, hey, that's all we got? All we got was Jaylen Waddle, but now that you got it at the end, you're like, that's all we needed.
It is funny.
To quote Kung Fu, the TV series, patience, young grasshopper.
Yeah, there were a couple laughs like, oh, you guys are all freaking out. Everybody. So they had the cat in the hat, right? They had the last laugh. So maybe it feels a little sweeter over there, like everybody's freaking out. But meanwhile, look what we got over here, Broncos fans. And now here's what you'll get. Hey, you media people, you all need to calm down. You all should shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. I trust my Broncos. Long live Sean. There'll be stuff like that. That'll be the other side of things. Because nobody in the media was like, hang on, except for Aqib. But Aqib knew. Aqib just
did he, or did he just get insanely lucky?
Oh, no. With this he knew.
We're going to let the young mind, Davis Webb Carter plays, and we will have an offensive new explosion player on offense. Just know that, Skip. Just remember, I told you that. All right,
okay.
Skip? It will be a new.
Are you saying you have
player
inside information?
I'm just telling you, Skip.
Okay.
It's, when it break, just how Lee said that.
Okay.
I do my thing. People. I know
So
people.
Howie's already got a handshake deal with the Broncos to send AJ to Denver.
I ain't say all that. That's you. You
oh!
said that.
I didn't say that. He didn't want to be connected to. I didn't say that, Skip. You said that. I didn't say that.
Yeah, he knew.
That's pretty clever by Skip Bayless, though, because Aqib must have been dying inside. Because what Skip was saying was wrong there, but that's smart by Skip to try to bait him into it a little bit.
Well, that was been the big news, right, forever and ever.
I mean, I guess if you set your mind to it, you could have sort of connected the desperate Dolphin dots because of how they're just sinking their franchise and dead cap money.
Sinking, but wouldn't you want at least just one playmaker?
No, not really. Not to the degree that they're in dead cap hell. I mean, I think it's over $120 million. It's something like that. It's insane. It might be more. No, they have no use for anybody this year. Like winning this year for them will be a problem. But they're gonna cut up the picks. They're gonna do the best they can and start all over.
We are what feels like to me, and again, I don't know if it'd feel different if we got this to the beginning versus the end, because right now I really do feel like this feels complete. This feels good. This feels like actually a pretty healthy free agency. All you really want is one or two guys, and then the rest is just to fill in the depth. So now you got to use the draft to fill in the depth.
Does it make you guys feel any different to find out, though, that this really was there was an attempt to get this done before free agency?
You guys remember months ago, feels like months ago, it had to be months ago, they say, okay, let's start breaking down what does this team need. And the first thing we said, instead of, you need a linebacker or a running, the first thing we all said was they need a playmaker.
Well, they knew that too.
They need a playmaker first. As a wide receiver, as a running back, but they need a playmaker.
Or tight end, yes.
They did this. They did this. They got their playmaker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing special tight end, but solid. Special running back if Dobbins stay healthy, but other than that, just what you got from last year.
Dobbins makes so much more sense now. I mean, it makes so much more sense.
Does it?
Yes, to me it does.
Why?
Yes. Because their dynamic playmaker is the guy they just got.
Yeah, but they said yesterday, we heard from all the insiders who was putting it out when they're all putting out the same thing, that the Broncos were willing to go as high as $10 million at the running back position. Okay, so was $3 million more for Travis Etienne? Was that really going to put you over the top budget-wise? I don't think so.
I don't know. It meant enough to them. And from what I was told, they were trying to get, which does make sense, Dobbins at about 5, and then there was another team that came in, and that pressed their luck a little bit higher. No whammies, big buck stop. And I think now they'll draft. I mean, they still have a second-round pick, and I would think that they'll look for an impact running back there. I do. I think they'll go again for running back in that spot as well. I think a lot of things had to get done. It makes sense why you brought back Strnad, why you brought back Singleton, why you let go of Greenlaw, why you restructured these guys, a couple of your guys. It makes so much more sense now because the big piece of the puzzle, and it would have been so much more obvious had they just done it 10 days ago before free agency started. And they tried, but it didn't get done. That's the way it goes. So now it got done. And it all fell into place. And they are probably doing a jig on St. Patrick's Day over there at Dove Valley. Rightfully so. Because the longer a deal takes to happen, who knows why it could blow up, right?
Well, it's the biggest news in the NFL right now, too.
Yeah, you just got to get Waddle to pass his physical. You don't want to get Crosby'd. It's crazy that happened with Max Crosby. That is crazy. A little shifty, a little shady by the Ravens.
Somebody pointed out it's like the third time the New
Ravens
England's done that.
The Ravens
have done that. Yeah, it's like the third different time they've backed out of deals and done stuff like that. And also, don't forget, didn't the Raiders earlier had signed the Ravens center, All-Pro center or Pro Bowl center?
Linderbaum, whatever. Well, that center got like $27 million to hike a ball.
But they signed him, and then I read one article said, really, you going to sign our guy from us? Okay, he ain't passing the physical.
Oh, come on.
I read that article.
No way. This was all revenge for a center? Come on, man. Where'd you read that?
On
Conspiracies.com.
ESPN.com.
Really?
Yeah.
Deep web NFL conspiracies.com.
The whole thing was taken after Baltimore, that they have the history of doing stuff like this. It's not the first time they've done this. Then you add in the fact that they signed one of their best offensive linemen away from them. Then all of a sudden they go, oh, okay. And plus you got Hockenstein out there they end up signing,
Hendrickson.
Right?
Trey Hendrickson.
Hendrickson, that's what they got. They signed Hendrickson. I knew it was an 8.
Damn close.
I knew I was close.
Damn close. That seems insane, but okay. Like, I mean, that did happen, but, you're paying $27 million for a center. Like, okay. But they did have stupid amount of money to do stupid things with. Oh, yeah, I am pretty excited. I guess
has anybody looked at the Raiders now, what their salary cap situation is, having to bring back Crosby?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, they had the most space in the NFL, so if there's ever a team that's going to be able to figure it out, it's them.
I guess you can always figure it out, but it can't be comfortable. I mean, they certainly weren't planning on it, and it probably impacts them with what they can do in the draft in terms of who they're taking and where they're taking people. I mean, it's going to impact you somewhere. You probably can't keep as many draft picks as you wanted to keep because of this deal, and nor are you going to have that as many. So it probably works out like that somehow. Who knows? Who cares? Listen, a lot of these teams, you realize they're not going to be good for a couple of years. But in a couple of years, all right, we'll see what's what. The Broncos' time is now. Like, this is another piece of the puzzle where anything short of the Super Bowl this year, fellas, is going to be disappointing. Would you agree with me on that?
Did they do enough? No, I don't agree with you on that. I'd take another AFC Championship run. I mean, listen, you still need to develop. You still need more pieces. You still need a tight end. You still need if J.K. Dobbins, I'll give you this. If J.K. Dobbins could stay healthy, anything less than the Super Bowl would be disappointing. But I don't expect that. So.
Oh, I do.
What?
Super Bowl, yeah. I don't know if you're going to.
No.
What? Oh, J.K. Dobbins? No, of course. He's going to get hurt.
Okay, so how do you win a Super Bowl if J.K. Dobbins doesn't stay healthy?
You got to draft Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas, and he's got to be a stud in his rookie year. 6'1", 225, fast as lightning. You've got to get a guy like that. Adam Schefter joining us now. We really appreciate you being on such a busy day, Adam. Emergency Adam Schefter. Walk us through the Jaylen Waddle timeline and what got this deal over the finish line.
They'd been talking for, I would say, better part of 2 weeks. They talked last season about a potential trade at the trade deadline. Couldn't get it worked out then. Revisited now. And I think they spent the last few days really just kind of buttoning up the compensation. And I think from Denver's standpoint, it felt like the deal might go through each of the last few days. Finally, they agreed on the compensation, which obviously you see spelled out. And if you boil it down, it's really Waddle for a 1 and a 3, right? I mean, that's really the trade. So they trade a 1, their 1 in this year's draft, which is, pick 30 or 30?
30,
I think.
30.
And a third-round pick, which is at the back end of the third round for an extremely talented wide receiver who they really like, who will play in the slot or the Z. And he'll be a weapon for Sean Payton, and they've been looking for somebody like that to complement Cortland Sutton. I think that's exactly what he does do, is he complements Cortland Sutton's skill set. Tough, fast, explosive. Sean Payton, when he was in New Orleans, traded for Brandon Cooks. And I think he sees some similarities between the two players, but I think that they feel like this guy might be a better deep ball catcher and have the potential to really impact this offense.
Is Jaylen Waddle a Pro Bowl type of player? He's never been that before, been teamed up with Tyreek Hill. Should we expect him to be a Pro Bowler?
Again, it's hard to become that Pro Bowl wide receiver when you're playing with somebody like Tyreek Hill, having those numbers. And it wasn't exactly like the Dolphins were always thriving. So do I think he can go to the Pro Bowl? Yeah, I do. I think he can be. Will he? We'll see about that. There's going to be competition for balls in Denver, too. He hasn't been a Pro Bowl receiver yet. He's been paid like a Pro Bowl receiver, which tells you that he has that talent. I think he's fully capable of. And, I don't know that Denver needs him to be a Pro Bowl player so much as it needs him to be a highly productive player.
Is this trade, you said they've been working on it for a few weeks, and they also would address it during the trade deadline.
Yeah.
But is this some of their reluctance to maybe spend over what budget they had budgeted out for each position of need they wanted? Is this part of because they knew this thing was pretty close to being done?
So what you're saying, Scott, I think, just to be clear, you're saying because they didn't sign a free agent.
Well, they said they had a budget of $8 to $10 million on a running back, and they weren't going to go over that. They weren't going to go, pay those guys $13 or $16 million. Was that with the knowledge that this was in there? And obviously, he's going to demand some money. I mean, you are going to pay Waddle
at some point, but not right now. He's got 2 years left on his deal, so you don't have to pay him right now. So I don't think that their apprehension about making other moves was tied to this. I think it was totally separate. And to me, it's a case where they were talking about making this move. They're going to go make moves that make sense. You're not just going to go make moves to make moves.
Right.
going into free agency, I'm just telling you, I don't think that they, would have paid that money for Kenneth Walker. It's not like they got outbid for the guy. It's not like they had a cash budget and didn't want to pay the guy. They like every team, they have certain values assigned to players, right? Like they think they have an idea of what they want to do, what they can do, what's worth doing. And yeah, they knew that they could be trading for somebody like this, but it didn't inhibit them or prohibit them from making another move. It just didn't see another value that they needed to make right now.
Do you think? Oh, go ahead.
And the last thing I'll say about it is, as somebody from the organization even said to me at one point, they're like, going into free agency, you lose some players, cut some players, you don't sign. Let's remember, we're not playing Sunday. We're playing in September. 6 months from now. So just because you don't make a move the first day or two doesn't mean that you're going to be sitting on your hands the entire offseason, as was evidenced by today.
Okay, so could they still be making more moves, or do you think that's a wrap?
I don't think they're going to make a move of that magnitude, but of course, they'll be looking to make more moves. There'll probably be more cap casualties. I don't know what other moves you wanted to make, DMac, but it's not like, they just traded their one. So they're not going to go trade, they don't have any more ones this year to trade. They just added a receiver. They re-signed J.K. Dobbins. Yeah, I think they'll make more moves, but it's not going to be, there won't be a move that they make as significant on paper as the one they made today. How about that?
Fair enough. Anything else? I know Adam's not tight on time. We probably have time for one more question.
I don't want this, Adam, but some people are asking the question, does this make Courtland Sutton trade bait?
No, not at all. In fact, I'll go beyond that. I some people wondering, like, what about some of the other guys trade? No. The idea is to team these guys together. The idea is to keep Pat Bryant and Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin. These guys, they don't have any plans to move on from any of those players right now.
All right, Adam, we really, is there anything else you want to share? Is there anything else?
You make me nervous when you ask that question this time of the year, because I can hang up the phone and anything can happen.
I know.
What a jerk that guy. Shit. But I will say this. I am unaware of nothing, or I'm not aware of anything right now. And if something happens to pop in 2 minutes, which I have no idea that it will,
okay,
I'm just telling you, there's nothing that I know of that's coming down here shortly.
Hey, fair trade. Right. Was that a fair trade for both sides, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. This is a receiver that the Broncos have wanted for a while. Here's the other thing. Like, I like, if I'm Miami, I like getting back as many picks as I can.
Sure.
But I just hung up with another GM. The exact word he used was, not in Denver's division. He goes, not a great draft. Like, I keep hearing that over and over. Not a great draft. Not a great draft. Not a great draft. And so, if you're giving away the 30th pick in a not a great draft, like, and you're getting a Pro Bowl cap, like, I'm okay with that. Like, so yeah. I like it for Miami. I like it for Denver.
All right, Adam, we'll let you go. We'll see you on TV here in a few minutes, and we appreciate you being on with us.
Thanks,
Love you,
Adam.
pal. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Adam Schefter of ESPN giving us the deal.
That's the best way to look at it.
Yeah.
Not a great draft, and you just traded a Pro Bowl caliber player for the 30th pick.
I don't even care if it is a good draft. In good drafts, it's hard to hit at number 30. It's really hard. So good draft, bad draft, I still like the value of the known commodity.
Yeah, there was a new guy for Mel Kiper, his mock draft today. I mean, I could and it was a defensive.
Hold on.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. It was a defensive end, 6'6", 270, real athletic guy from Auburn, Keldrick something or other. I was gonna.
Oh, you can go to Miami now.
Keldrick.
Oh, Keldrick Falk, Faulk.
We can play in Miami.
Sure, he can do whatever he wants because he's not going to be here with the Denver Broncos ever, and we'll probably never say his name again. But believe me, we were about to do like a deep dive on Keldrick Falk, who will never, ever, ever be here. However,
look at it. Look at there.
That's him. Oh, that's hysterical. That's hysterical. So Mel just kept
pot it up, Dan.
That is so funny. So talk about lazy. Mel just picked the same exact guy for the Dolphins at 30 that he had picked for the Broncos. That is, talk about no effort whatsoever from Mel Kiper. Like, oh, they traded. I'll just keep the same guy. I'll just keep it the same dude.
But for him, he's at 30 is the best. That's the best guy around that's still at 30 too.
Yeah, that's the least amount of thinking you have to do too. The Dolphins have the 30th pick. Oh, they'll just take the same guy I thought the Broncos were going to take. Really, Mel?
Well, if he's just the best athlete available.
I think that's like we got to get the Chiron up in like 2 seconds. What do you think, Mel? Same guy, same dude for the team. That is freaking a riot that you just picked up on
They
that.
just changed Miami to Denver
to Miami. Yeah, kept the same guy. That's the mock draft. But boy, if you want to just rip mock drafts, look at that example. That Mel Kiper just kept the same dude for a totally different team. Because he's just like, I think this guy's going to go on 30, no matter what the team is. Keldrick Falk. That was a riot. That was really freaking funny. And I bet you that's the last time we see that dude's name. Although it'd be a fun trivia question, I guess. And now, Scott, I mean, now we're digging deeper, Tyler. Now we are getting into the Mike Washingtons of the world, by the way. When we look
That's
at
cool, man.
Do they have a second round pick?
They've got a second round.
Yeah, 62.
So now they've got
60, yeah, something.
What the Broncos have, and somebody check my math here, but I think they've got a second round. They've got 2 4s, 5th, 6th, and 2 7s.
They got 9 total. You went fast there.
So second round
for sure.
2 4s.
Okay, well, they picked up a 4th, but they gave away a 4th.
So they just swapped, but they already had 2 4s.
Okay, so they still have 2 4ths. Okay,
a
fine.
5th, and then 3 7s.
I think you're right. They don't have a. You're right. They don't have a 6th.
So they have 7, counting 2 compensatory. 2 of the 7s are compensatory, so they have 7 picks.
That second round pick. So that is where they got R.J. Harvey, by the way, late in the second round. That is also where they got Nick Benito. He was the last pick of the second round. So you can get really good players late in the second round, and that will be more of our focus moving forward. But
and the first round Thursday, or the first day of the draft, it goes Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right?
Yeah.
It's just the first round.
Yeah, for us, that's
yeah. So see you later.
It's a Nuggets Avs game.
It's a Nuggets Avs game.
Second round for us this year will be a little bit more.
And that's second 3-4, 2-3-4.
What say? Huh?
Second day 2-3-4.
Second and third round.
Second throw, so it's 2-3.
Yeah.
So do they keep 2 4s and a 5th and try to move anything up to like a 3rd?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, they've had some action in the past. They've done things. George Payton has moved around back and forth. So maybe you never know.
And you can't trade compensatory picks, can you?
You can't?
I'm just asking.
Oh, I don't know. I don't. What's the?
I mean, you sound like you know that, and I don't know that.
I thought I read that somewhere, but
I'm not sure what the value on 256 and 257 are for picks. That's what you got. If you had it right now, real quick, second round position. Don't even name a guy, but your overall first pick is the second round. What position would you like to see?
Linebacker.
Probably linebacker.
I'd be fine with that
or
too.
Or a 6'1", 225-pound running back.
I'd be more than fine with that too. But you might be able to get that in the third round as well.
But you don't have a third round.
Dan did just check, and you can trade compensatories.
All right, wow. Lots of fun. Thank you for Adam for jumping on with us. The big story of the day, Jaylen Waddle is a Bronco. We'll get to it next.
Hey guys, the simple truth is that there's so much more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your current lifestyle through the next stage of life. And that's where my friends at Trajan Wealth can build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and your circumstances. So call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are committed to working collaboratively with you to optimize your investment portfolio. When it comes to wealth management plans, they know that one size does not fit all. So contact Trajan Wealth today, 303-900-1189, and discuss strategies to weather the current market turbulence. Trajan Wealth's going to come up with a customized game plan for your family, your finances, your needs, and you're going to feel calm and confident in your future. Visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And guys start losing testosterone mid to early 30s, something like that. And it just goes down a little bit. But after a while, you're like, man, what is going on here? I'm just not the same. Don't have the same energy, not sleeping well. Perhaps there's no progress in the gym, and the love life leaves a lot to be desired. So find your pot of gold in terms of energy and getting the most out of life at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With the low-T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most dudes notice a real difference pretty quickly. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, renewed sex drive. So let's go. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call them today at 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
What's crazy is the money is not nuts. It's not. It's
This
like
year.
17, 24, 27, which ain't, chicken scratch or anything. But, yeah, I mean, and we'll see after that. We'll see. But the window is small for the Broncos. They give up a first and a fourth. They get a fourth back and a third. It all sort of won't bother with the little weird stuff with it. But they essentially trade a first-round pick for Jaylen Waddle.
A 30th pick for Jaylen Waddle.
Yes.
If this is
I wouldn't call it a first. That's not how I would describe it.
And listen, a great draft, and Leggy said before, he's seen as many as 18 first-round grades, but it's usually, what do you say, 12 or 13, somewhere in that area, 14. And this is considered a bad draft. We just had Adam Schefter on.
Said it again.
Quoting from his phone at GM that it just texted him, this is a bad draft.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think there's 30 first-round grades?
No, absolutely not. And, I actually look at this differently than DMac. I look at it not just because it's number 30, but that's a pick you'd have to take no matter what, right? So that's a pick that was going to get utilized on a player. So you just utilize that on Jaylen Waddle. You utilized it there. Second round value for sure. That's what that pick is, a second round value player.
For a first round player.
So really all you gave up was a third rounder. That's all I look at it as, because the fourth rounders you swapped and you actually improved out of that. So outside of the one pick that you would have selected him with, which is number 30, you gave up just a third.
Grade the deal.
Hey, let's go. You had to make a move, man. You had to make a move. Let's freaking go. You made the move. You got a good football player that's different than our other wide receivers. I felt like Sean was so locked in on the exact same body type for the wide receivers that he wanted. And now he's got a complementary piece to Courtland Sutton that does different things than what Courtland Sutton does. Now you've got a yak guy. You've got a guy that can take an 8-yard slant to the house. All those things. The value is not as much as it looks like. The contract, I'll tell you this, though. In a year's time, you've got a really interesting decision on your hands. So in 1 year's time, his salary balloons to $27 million per year. And then you got to make a really interesting decision. Do you extend him? Do you lower it? Do you front load it? Do you get rid of him?
Well, and if he likes it here and they're winning here and all that stuff, maybe you say, hey, we're going to extend it 4 years. We're going to give you $15 million cash right now, but your cap hit's going to be 20.
That's my biggest concern out of the entire deal, is how it balloons next year. I mean, that's a huge balloon.
My concern is he on the second, the third, or the fourth fire truck at the parade celebrating the Super Bowl, next year. That's what I'm concerned about. Like,
if they win a Super Bowl because of this trade, he's liable to be on the first or second.
Is he going to be okay with Pat Surtain on the same fire truck at the championship parade or not?
Let's do fire truck. If they win a Super Bowl this year,
good. That's a fun game. We've never done this one.
And their offense goes from what it was last year to like 29.6 a game.
Mm-hmm.
How many guys we getting on the first truck?
Your OC might be in the fire truck ahead of the head coach. You might put the OC and DC up on that first fire truck.
How did that work for you guys, the fire trucks? Like, who went where? How did you figure out who was going to be on what fire truck?
I honestly don't recall. I mean, I think we just got on trucks with our buddies.
That was it? There wasn't there was
no orchestration to it. I I think we literally just got on trucks with our buddies.
Orchestrated, but listen.
It could have been.
Were you sober?
Ish.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, was there somebody just saying, no, you go here, you go there, like somebody?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Don't even remember. There probably was.
Somehow I ended up on a fire truck.
Well, I'll tell you this. There was definitely some coordination at the Nuggets parade, like who was on what truck. There's no doubt about that. But anyways, good problem to have. Okay. So we all like it. Everybody likes it.
Yeah.
God, is there any criticism of this? Is there any world where somebody is somewhat negative about this deal?
The only criticism would be, did they give up too much? And I do see that floating around from various insiders, NFL league-wide insiders.
I've seen that too.
Broncos gave up a lot for a guy that's never been a Pro Bowler.
Right.
And that's true, unless you're banking on the fact that he's a Pro Bowler on this team with the right complementary group that's around him.
Also, I've seen that same criticism, and that's put in a vacuum without the consideration of the window of Bo Nix's impending contract, meaning they had to do something right now. And the world of possibilities are somewhat limited. We weren't going to spend $30 million or whatever the Colts did on Alec Pierce, right? We weren't going to spend money for old Mike Evans like San Fran did. So we weren't going to do that. You got a 27-year-old guy, theoretically in the prime of his career, who may be in the shadow of somebody else, but in his rookie year he wasn't, and he balled out his rookie year. It's pretty damn exciting what the possibilities are. And this is not a guy with any kind of deep injury history. He's got a fun little personality with Pat Surtain. So we talked to Adam Schefter, the dude from Miami today. We've heard nothing but good things about this guy. It seems like he has a fun personality. He's boys with Pat Surtain. It seems like a good locker room fit. Great weapon for Bo Nix.
And now you guys start creating a commercial with him, and you bring back the Waddle brothers.
Waddle brothers and Waddle?
Yeah.
The Waddle Waddle?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
He's just
Waddle.
Waddle. He's Jaylen Waddle.
Waddle. Well, that's the joke. Like Blue Blade. Remember the commercial with the drink?
Yeah.
Oh, you got the Buble. It's bubbly.
We should send somebody down to out somewhere and just waddle around. Just do your best waddle. Waddle here, waddle there. It'd be a funny video if anybody wanted to send us their where are you going to waddle this weekend?
When I first met the Waddle brothers, they were offensive linemen for the Broncos with Elway. And I think Elway's nickname for one played center, one played guard. One of them's nickname was Speed Bump. Because that's all he was doing to the pass rush, was just slowing him down a little bit.
There you go, just enough.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have great breaking news. And you know what? Good for the morning show, because they hardly get any promotion. They hardly get any benefit. They hardly
nothing.
I mean, they barely are mentioned
ever
anywhere. I heard them crying this morning. Finally, we have something that happens during our show. I'm like, oh, okay. So never mind the endless amount of commercials and advertisements and promotions and whatever. But now we should feel sorry for you or good for you. But that did happen during their show, so I hope they enjoyed it. And we'll see. We'll see what's next. By the way, I was told there should be a media session for Jaylen Waddle tomorrow. And most likely that'll happen during our show. Keyword is coming up next. It's a Monster Ticket Tuesday. We have tickets to see the incredible matchup with Dallas coming to town tomorrow night. The keyword is JR. The keywords are connected to the old TV show Dallas. Keep this here, Dan. Don't fade away, you two, on St. Patrick's Day. We're about to hear Bono scream about Sunday Bloody Sunday. Turn it up a little bit. What the hell? Text us the keyword right now. 303-504-9225. Your first and last name and you're entered. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. The Departed. Any large pizzas? Just $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, JR will announce our winner at 2:55. Bono.
You would think you'd have a better Irish
You'd
accent.
think I would have a better Irish accent, yeah.
Is there anybody in your family with
Hey, Aaron Gobra.
Is there anybody in your family with a thick Irish brogue?
No, they sure aren't. Sure, but Pa Long came over here from the Dublin area with a moving company, McKee's Moving. That's what brought us the McKees over here in the early 1900s.
Hey, have you watched Guinness yet?
Guinness? No, I haven't seen Guinness. What's Guinness about?
It's a show on, I think it's on Netflix. It's like a Peaky Blinders knockoff.
Oh yeah,
but it's about Guinness, the origin story. It's really, really good.
All right, I'll try to get to it. I just finished the Nazi movie or the series.
Man
there.
of the
High Castle. They ran out of money on that one. That's how that show wrapped up.
Yeah.
So you can kind of tell sometimes with these shows, like
they ran out of energy and little money.
Yeah, they were kind of limited.
That first season was unbelievable.
Well,
the second season was pretty good too.
But it was clear the reasons those seasons were so good is they must have had a ton of money to do what they did, and clearly in season 4 they ran out of cash.
Yeah, and once they did the little time machine and people were melting on the stage.
Yeah, but
at the end of 3,
they go from that to like, oh, we fixed all the bugs and now anybody can just go.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, we've run out of cash. By the way, Stranger Things just totally ripped that off because that was before Stranger Things.
Yeah.
So Stranger Things just ripped it off in the sci-fi world. Oh, that's a good idea. We'll do the same thing.
Except instead of Nazis, they just had monsters.
There you go. All right, let's get into it. It's time.
Hey, I finished Game of Thrones, though.
Congratulations.
They didn't run out of money, but they just ran out of effort.
Story,
See,
bro.
I disagree. I thought the last year
we
was
weren't going
fabulous.
to debate it. Let's get into Let's Football Go, Dan. Let's go.
I'm going back and watch the House of Dragons. Some football.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Brad and his crew do such a wonderful job. Check them out at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, let's football go.
All right, guys. Yes, it's official. The Broncos have traded for Miami wide receiver. Well, not official until the physical, but it's in place for Miami wide receiver Jaylen Waddle per sources. So the Broncos guys will receive Jaylen Waddle and the Dolphins' 4th-round pick. It's the 11th pick in the 4th round in this year's draft. The Dolphins receive the Broncos' 1st-round pick, number 30 overall, along with their late 3rd and 4th round picks, 30th in each of those rounds in this year's draft. Right under the tweet from Schefter, the first comment, our very own Tyler Polumbus. He says, "Let's go. Seems pricey, but I'm in." Was this too pricey for you guys, or do you think the Broncos got good value with this trade?
Give me a caveat on that, because I also followed up after that. I read it first, and it did seem like a lot. And then I read it again. I was like, you know what? In hindsight, I actually don't think it's as much as what I did at first. a first rounder, a third rounder, swapping the force. That all felt a lot. But then I really started thinking about it more logically. Well, what is the first rounder?
So the old adage, listen before you speak.
So the first comment is
or
being,
don't be afraid to admit when you mess up.
But the first comment is going to be you being skeptical of the deal.
Yeah, don't be wishy-washy.
Sure.
I don't know.
Me?
I don't know how the algorithm works, but you're feeling better about the deal. You're fine.
The last segment, he was fine with the deal. You said basically you trade a third.
Well, that's my point. On that same tweet, I responded to myself, and I was like, nah, you know what? I don't think I got that right. Like,
you second-guessed yourself.
I did. Have you never done that? Have you never admitted when you're wrong?
Well, we're waiting.
Have you never been wrong?
It ain't going to be anytime soon.
How's Justin Fields doing?
Doing good. Once he's given him the right chance. I keep kicking that can down the road. Yeah, it's forever.
15 years.
It's just like Joe Williams. Like, I told you Elway wouldn't win 3 Super Bowls. Next story, Dan.
That's a good point.
All right, just real quick here on the Dolphins, guys. This is insane.
Yeah, it's
just
crazy.
For next season, the 2026 season, they're going to have $175 million in dead cap money.
Jeez.
So,
golly,
do you guys think the Dolphins will tank next year and try to get Arch Manning first overall? If you were a Dolphins fan, would that be the goal for next season?
Yes, that's the goal. That's all they're doing.
Well, they're going to tank and draft a quarterback. I don't know if it's going to be Arch Manning. We'll see how the year plays out. But I don't think Arch is a slam dunk to be the number 1 overall quarterback.
Pop quiz. Can you name the Dolphins head coach?
Oh my God.
Nope.
I guess I can't.
I had to think about that one for sure. Jeff Hafley.
I would have never got that.
He was the defensive coordinator with the Packers last year.
Never would have got that.
Jeff Hafley taking on one hell of a job right now. I hope that dude's got some job security for a long-term rebuild.
If he was wearing a name tag saying, "My name is Jeff Hafley and I'm the head coach of the Dolphins. Nice to meet you," I'd be like, "Come on."
He does look like an accountant also.
Okay, cool. He could be a placeholder as well. He's probably the least highest paid or the least paid coach in the NFL. I mean, don't you think they're scrimping on everything right there?
Well, you just saw what they're paid in dead cap. Didn't they still owe their old coach a year or 2 on his contract?
McDaniel, did they?
I think so.
Oh, man, how long does it seem to you guys that the Broncos were losing to these cats 70-20? 5 seconds ago?
No, it kind of feels like an eternity to me, to be honest.
Oh, God, it feels like it just happened yesterday to me. It feels
really?
like, oh, yeah. Yeah, like a blink of an eye.
I don't know, man. So much has changed since then. I just don't even associate the Broncos with that moment.
It wasn't our hump.
I mean, that was, 2023? Look how much has changed with the two organizations since that time.
It wasn't our hump.
Who could have ever predicted at that time, hey, in 3 years, guess what? You never would have thought that. Oh, look at this, NFL Live. A.J. Brown's future with the Eagles uncertain. Is there another bomb to be dropped with him?
Probably.
But that was the Patriots and the Rams were supposedly the hot teams. By the way, Diana Rossini is tweeting out who's she talking to. Broncos were never in on A.J. Brown. It was always about Jaylen Waddle. Who's she talking to?
Got a late night tweet again.
Yeah. All right, next story, Dad.
Guys, Jeff Legwald, who we'll have on the show tomorrow, already has an article out on the trade. The headline is Jaylen Waddle trade should boost the Denver Broncos and quarterback Bo Nix. He writes, Denver Broncos offensive tackle Garrett Bowles put out the call early this offseason, asked what the team needed to win one more game and advance to the Super Bowl. He quickly said, quote, "We just need a couple more playmakers and the sky is the limit." Leggy writes, the Broncos finally answered Bowles' request Tuesday, trading for Miami Dolphins wide receiver Jaylen Waddle. So how much will the addition of Jaylen Waddle help boost the Broncos offense next season?
Could it be that we just had one missing piece? Assuming J.K. Dobbins is healthy. I mean, J.K. Dobbins is not healthy. We got a lot of missing pieces. But if J.K. Dobbins is healthy, could it be as simple as one missing piece? Do you guys buy that?
I can, yeah.
I think I can too.
I could.
But hold on. 2 missing pieces. Because the biggest game of the year, you're franchise quarterback didn't play.
I think you could do better at backup quarterback if you want to go in that direction.
Well, that's fine too. But I'm talking about as far as the future and going next year, you get your quarterback back.
Well, he's got his osteoporosis, chalky, milky,
brittle
ankles.
And you want to pay brittle ankles $70 million?
You're not going to have much of a choice.
Oh yeah, you can.
It's the train's chugging down that track, dude.
Tua Tagovailoa him.
Yeah, it would be stunning if Bo didn't get that big contract.
Next year, you've added 2 playmakers, and that's Bo Nix and Waddle, who neither one guy you had in the AFC Championship game. And if you had both those guys last year, you probably go to the Super Bowl.
If you had the lead going into the fourth quarter, you're going to the Super Bowl because of that snow last year.
Probably.
So it was frustrating just not getting anything going. In this, listen, it's going to be the decision that haunts Sean Payton, just not kicking that stupid field goal. It's going to haunt him. And deservedly so, by the way.
Don't throw a backwards pass. That should be a haunting.
Well, that happened afterwards, right? Like it was a whole series of things that unraveled. But that backward pass doesn't happen if you're up 10-0. And the odds of you getting a turnover, because what was Drake May and the Patriots offense doing? Nothing.
Drake May couldn't do anything in that game.
The question
Other
is,
than the one thing DMac said he couldn't do.
Here's a no dumb question. Did that game help push management and everything over the edge? It's time to take play calling away from.
Yeah, it was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Is that Davis Webb's decision to kick a field goal there instead of Peyton?
That is not Davis Webb's decision.
No,
next year.
and it never will be.
That it will absolutely still be Sean Payton's call.
But don't forget, they called a timeout. They were thinking there was a lot of indecisiveness because a lot of things have to happen, and the play call was terrible. So it was kind of a combo meal of like, let's just do the decision on one bucket and call the play on another bucket, and we'll probably be in better shape. But Sean was trying to do it all, and he can barely see, and it's cold, and he's old. I mean,
and his hands shake.
His hands are shaking. He can't see through his glasses that are LeBron prescription. And it's just a mess.
Aren't you guys like the same age as Sean Payton?
Yeah, right in the middle.
We're kind of right in the middle because Sean's 62, so he's 4 years from you.
3.
And he's 5 years from me.
Just curious.
I thought you were 57. All of a sudden now you're 55.
No, I'll be 57 in June. You'll be 66 in June.
So let's go 56, 60. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Sean's expiration date's not that close, is my point.
We kind of cut Sean in the middle.
Unless you guys think yours is.
I don't know. Just the fact that I woke up today is like a victory. Like, I don't know how you feel every day, but like, I don't know.
Some days it depends on the pay.
I don't know how Sean's actually doing it.
When the runs are controlled, you feel a lot better,
That's
don't
right.
you? Yeah.
All right, next story, Dan.
Are you still talking?
Lastly, guys, Tyler brought this up a little bit earlier, but the NFL distributed $542 million in performance-based pay for the 2025 season. The league announced Monday, marking a $90 million increase from last year and the first time in the program's history that all top 25 earners each exceeded $1 million in bonus compensation. Number 12 on the list overall, Broncos cornerback Riley Moss at $1,136,000 goes to Riley Moss. So
that'd be a nice little bonus to get in late March, wouldn't it?
Heck yeah, buddy.
Oh my God,
and it comes at a period of the year, not that it matters, anybody feels bad, but NFL players get paid by the week, by the game, and then no money coming in the offseason. So it's a nice little check in the offseason.
Well, I'm glad Riley's scraping by, but good for him. He earned it. How's your raise coming along, Dan?
My race?
Raise.
Oh, I have no idea.
But you got to remember, Moss got a performance bonus. You're talking to Dan.
Wait, how's your job? Wait, what was your job review like,
He's
Dan?
compensated well for his performance.
Yeah. All right, listen, a reminder here on our Monster Ticket Tuesday. The keyword is JR. You still got a few minutes to get that in, 303-504.
How do you spell that?
How do you spell JR? J.
A-R-E.
Exactly.
Nailed it.
J-Y-A-I-R-R.
Are you going to the mall later?
Yes. J-R. As in J.R. Smith. How many J.R.s can you guys name? J.R. Smith.
J.R.
J.R. Richards.
J.R. Richards.
Pitcher.
J.R. Reynolds.
Tyler? Any JRs?
I don't think so.
It's a tricky one. I might be stumped. I might be done
For a
right
second,
there.
I was thinking of my teammate, offensive lineman, JD. What is wrong with me?
Broken foot.
Vance. J.D.
No, it
Vance.
wasn't
JD
Vance.
Daniels. Or,
no. Gosh darn it.
I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of it.
JD.
What the
This
hell's
is
his
horrible.
last name? He broke his foot.
This is why you don't hit your head for a living, folks. Don't do it.
He never got hurt, and then he broke his foot.
You guys know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm just telling you who he is.
Yeah. Or maybe Scott's got no.
Oh my God! What the hell? No, we're stuck
JD
here.
did is that?
It's not JD Daniels.
Gosh.
What is JD's last
Somebody
name?
on the text line, help us out.
Oh my God!
Save a brother right now. I'm out there done.
JD Walton.
Thank you.
Did I not just say Walton? I was sitting there saying it for you.
No, Scott, you don't get credit for anything.
I just said Walton.
You did not say anything.
All right. Anyways,
I don't
JD is
believe
the
you.
keyword. Thank you to Papa
Be
Murphy's.
louder.
We have a tribute. We're going to honor something because of the Nuggets game, and we have reasons why this is a must-win game for the Nuggets tonight. Like,
you know what? Every game they play the rest of years.
Okay, but there's some real specifics for tonight.
Oh.
I got you in general, but seriously, what comes around goes around. I hope it doesn't come all the way around.
Right, that'd be ugly.
We'll explain it coming up next. We want to pay tribute. This is a perfect. So this is 2019, and it's U2, it's Irish. Is that what I'm getting here, Dan?
Yeah.
Dan, you started so terribly today. But you end with you did, but you end with a gold star on this beautiful day. And we'll have Nate and Andy coming up here in a little bit. We'll have our winner on this massive Ticket Tuesday in a little bit. But a reminder, we'll be live at the Buffalo Rose in Golden to watch all the NCAA tournament action with you on Thursday. Stop by at the oldest bar in Colorado with great drinks, classic views, and play some Pop-A-Shot against us, the Altitude crew, to win prizes. We'll see you at Buffalo. Keep the music going here. We'll see you at Buffalo Rose at Golden on Thursday. Oh, I hit it. Okay, all right.
Were you reading that? Do you feel like you have a mouse in your pocket?
Easy. Dan, tell us about 2019.
Will you guys like to guess what the number one song in November of 2019, the last time Joel Embiid played a game in Denver, what was the number one song in November of 2019?
I know the answer, so I'm taking myself out. But Scott and Tyler.
Can I get an ABC?
Okay. I don't know if Dan can do it that quickly.
Okay. Just make it up. Whatever.
Well, you're asking a lot from Dan.
Genre?
The name of the song
give
is
him the genre.
Ryan, would you know the genre of this guy?
Pop.
Pop?
Pop is the genre.
I don't listen to
Pop is the genre.
Oh, my God. Oh.
It's not the song we talked about. November was a different song.
Oh, so I could play this game too?
You
Billy
can play
Ray
this game too.
Cyrus and Old Town Road.
That's what.
Well, that's where I was going, yeah.
Specifically in November of 2019, this was the number one song. Billy Ray Cyrus, Old Town Road was the number one overall song.
All right, well, you're going to have to give us a couple of hints then, obviously.
Wait. This song's the number one song, but Billy Ray Cyrus is the overall number one song.
Yeah.
Well, this is in November of 2019.
Scott, you just knew that off the top of your head?
He said guy.
Give us another hint.
The name of the song is a shape.
Shape of My Heart, Ed Sheeran.
No, it's an actual shape.
Circles.
Yes.
Circles.
Yes.
Wait, no.
Yeah, I beat you.
Yeah.
What is it?
This is Post Malone, Circles.
Oh, man. Good for you guys. I would have never got this in a million years.
Well, he said Shape. How many songs have big hits are number one named Shape?
I love Trapezoid by Metallica.
What was that, 71?
I don't know.
Was that November's?
I love Obtuse Angle by Carole King.
64.
All right, cool. What else about 2019, Dan?
What would you guys say was the number one streaming show in November of 2019? What was the number one show streaming?
Why don't you just tell us instead of making us?
I have a hint for you.
I gotta say this.
What?
You honestly think there was streaming in 2019?
Yes, I'm sure there was.
What are you
streaming
talking about,
in 2019.
Scott?
There was not streaming.
Of course there was.
There was not streaming like we know now.
Dan, just
What are
tell
you
us.
talking about?
Just say what the facts are. I
Game
have
of
no
Thrones?
idea.
No.
This is like some Viking show?
The Mandalorian.
Oh, okay.
That was 2019.
This was the number one streaming show in November of 2019.
All right, do we have another couple of fast facts?
That's only 6 years ago.
Fast, fun facts, Dan? Or
That's a fun fact. I can't believe Mandalorian's 6 years old.
I don't know
have
how
some
you
more
ever
fun
watched
facts.
it when it wasn't streaming.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're right because hey, Tyler, I was wrong. I was thinking I was thinking more like
Hey, it's not that hard.
I was thinking 2019 was like 10 years ago, 11 years ago, and not just 6 years ago.
But
You didn't
know what?
wait.
I'm
Hold
so
on.
proud of you.
Time
That
out.
wasn't that hard.
You didn't realize how long ago 2019
Working with
was?
you guys, it feels like it's 29 right now. Okay, it feels
fair.
like it's 2029.
Every day I come into work, age is being dog years.
Joe, do we have any other fun facts?
Yeah, I got a fun fact.
All right, what else?
In 2019, the viral Storm Area 51 Facebook event exploded in popularity with over 2 million people jokingly RSVPing to raid the secretive U.S. military base. You guys remember that?
Well, Scott was driving a bus, literally driving a bus.
Yeah, it said Partridge Family on the side.
It was cool. He had the guitar cases on top. He's tall. He could stack them up there without a ladder.
Really,
it was crazy.
the guitar cases and satellites popped up out.
Yeah, but then he had this crazy moment with Shirley Jones that was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It was probably, I guess it was appropriate.
You know what I was saying to her? I said, I think I love you.
All right,
what am I so afraid of?
What else we got?
I'm afraid I'm not so sure of.
I think I love you. So what am I so afraid of?
Afraid of. How do you know this?
What do you mean?
Wow.
Shrek. He knows it from Shrek, right?
Everybody knows that song.
Play that song. We got to hit that song
All
right
right, what's the last fun fact, Dan?
An egg became the most liked post on Instagram ever at the time in 2019 after a simple photo of a plain egg surpassed Kylie Jenner's baby announcement and racked up millions of likes in 2019.
Was it during the solstice and they had it standing on its side, on its edge?
Summer or winter solstice?
Well, whichever was standing on its edge. Was it standing on? Do you have the pictures of all these? You could be putting them on that big, beautiful $18 million screen behind DMac and
that'd do great for the guy in his truck driving down I-25 that he puts up things on the screen.
We can describe it.
All right.
God,
Joey
Mr.
DeLeo.
Streaming boy, and I'm trying to give our streamers some love.
Scott, DMac asked for him to put something on that screen every single day.
I know.
Joey DeLeo is our winner. Congratulations, Joey. Way to win the tickets. We have more with Nate and Andy coming up in a little bit. Scott, the game today, 2019. That's what we're talking about. Joel Embiid hasn't played in Denver since November of 2019, which is bananas. Tonight, out for the Sixers. Embiid, of course, Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, Kelly Oubre. Is that how you say his name?
Kelly Oubre.
Okay. They're all out, which is kind of crazy because this is exactly what happened to the Nuggets when they played the Sixers in Philadelphia.
You had all 5 starters out in that
which
game.
Maybe at the time we felt was the best win of the year because we could not figure out how the Nuggets actually pulled it off. So by that same logic, would that mean this would be the most unlikely win of the year for the Sixers if they were to get it?
Yes, it would. And do not think that David Alleman hasn't reminded them of this exact situation going into this game tonight.
So kind of no excuses for the Nuggets tonight, correct?
No, you got to win this game, period.
And then you're jumping on a plane for Memphis later tonight to go out there.
And that's that. Listen, here's what you got to do because the snow makeup game tomorrow. Stupid timing, but it is what it is. You got to take care of business tonight, and you got to have guys playing like they did a couple nights ago. Whatever that one game was they played at home before the San Antonio game, where guys are playing 25, 26 minutes. Now you get a back-to-back, and you're not as worn down. You just, weary from travel, but you're not physically worn down. So you got to come out tonight like your hair's on fire and take it to them from step one. Let the second unit get some roll in and let them play better in that second quarter. The starters come back in the third, make it a 30-point game, and sayonara, good night.
All right, this game is another late one. You guys have this on altitude tonight or not?
Yeah, we do.
You okay?
Yeah, we do.
But it is a national game.
Working again.
Yeah. All right, so it's a late one. It's at 8 o'clock, so 7:30 pregame starts here on Altitude Sports Radio. You guys are on TV tonight. Very cool.
I'll make sure to text you when I land in Memphis again, which will probably be again around 3.
We love your late night texts. We see them when we wake up.
Scotty just got to let us know. Hey guys, you guys see how hard I'm working?
There he is.
Do you guys know? Do you see how hard I'm working? I'm going to text you at 3:30 when I get home every time.
So you're saying that's Scott's version of an Instagram post?
I'm just saying hi, boys. Just checking in, letting you know how hard I've been working.
I wrote my fellas. Okay. It was 4:07 San Antonio time, and I was just saying good night from San Antonio.
Just making sure that you know what I'm doing.
Making sure you know what time I got here.
How hard I'm working. Yeah. It's Tyler, you have posted gym shots.
Yeah, because I want people to know how hard I'm working.
See, you take sometimes Tyler's criticism is more of educational.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, just because I'm telling you what he's doing doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense.
Let me catch your interest level on this right before Nate and Andy get here. Team USA walked into the stadium today for baseball in USA hockey jerseys. They're playing Venezuela tonight. Tovar, actually, starting shortstop for Venezuela. How curious are you guys about this game, which is hours before the Nuggets game, by the way? It starts at 6.
0.
Tyler?
I'll definitely tune in.
Yeah, I'm very curious about it. I think it's exciting. I think it'd been a little bit more exciting if it was Japan, but I love the spirit of Venezuela and what they got going on, and Tovar's been red hot. By the way, Michael Lorenzen gave up the cookies last night.
Yeah, your Rockies player just you sold out Italy.
He gave it up. He gave it up when it mattered most for Team Italy. Unfortunately, he could not shut down Venezuela. But it was an exciting game last night for sure, and it'll be an exciting one tonight as well.
Yeah.
But the big news today is Jaylen Waddle is a Denver Bronco. Nate and Andy are here. You guys,
wait, before we get to Waddle with them, can I ask Andy? Well, although it concerns Waddle, does the Waddle news, Andy, cool the anger that I felt from you last night? Well, he's putting his headphones on.
Does the Waddle Waddle news cool the anger that you had last night
from
about
that
the
Avs
Avalanche?
performance?
You got to turn the mic on.
Why would it? No.
I just thought it might settle you a little bit.
No.
Andy can put his anger into silos. He's able to reserve anger in one locale while having less anger in a different place.
Happy for the Broncos?
Are you equally excited?
He's
in a
very
different silo?
organized with his anger.
On paper, yes, I'm extremely excited about this move.
You're those people.
Oh, I'm the people that needs to see that Sean's going to use a 5'10" guy more than the other 5'10" guy he's not using right now.
You're those people that just can't open up.
Wait.
You just can't open up a present on Christmas morning and say thanks,
Listen,
Mom and Dad.
all I know is
Hey,
I almost
Mom
called
Dad,
you and yelled
I really-
at you for no good reason because we're all sharing our Avs anger. And here's Tyler. When are the Broncos going to sign a free agent? That's all I'm getting on my timeline last night. It's not happening right now. Could you care about the Avs for 5 minutes?
It's
No,
KKS.
yeah.
KKSE FMHD1
now.
Brookfield Denver Boulder. Are you
today.
Wait, you're still upset about the Avs game now?
Yeah.
Why?
7-2.
Maybe somebody loves the Avalanche, DMac.
Did you see Nate MacKinnon stick around to get stuff off his chest?
Yeah,
he was bitter.
Let a lot of it. And Brock
let him
Nelson had
have
a
it.
few
He
things to
wasn't-
say, too.
He wasn't running away from the media last night.
Well, I'll tell you what. How about instead of pulling goalies, why don't we maybe mix up some of the personnel on the first power play? Because pulling goalies ain't seeming to get you to shoot. And I'm glad he finally said it because it drives me nuts. You got to remember, because people ask me, why do you care so much? Why are you a hockey guy now? Hockey and lacrosse are extremely similar. And if this was my team that I was coaching over at Mountain Vista and you wanted to pass it around the perimeter, we're going to run around the field since you seem to like to do things around actually where we're trying to get, which is the damn goal. Shoot, get people. I'm sick of saying it. I say it this time every year. Peck your fat ass in front of the net and maybe take some eyes away of the keeper. Man, he's really hot tonight. Yeah, you know why? You're coming with a stick and you're acting like you're trying to just shoot fastballs by a fastball hitter. Goalies are, if you haven't heard, NHL goalies are really good when they can see the puck. You're probably not just going to fire it by him all the time unless you're going about 110. And guess what? In a game, you're not walking into 110 all the time. The one guy that did do it hit our captain in the cup and broke it and put him out for 3 months.
Wait, you didn't see Sam Alinsky and Brock Nelson screaming the goaltender last night?
Yeah,
You
our
missed that?
goaltender. I saw that. I saw your tweet. I damn near drove over to your house and let a little anger go too.
You didn't
I was
see-
going to start honking in Kreckman's neighborhood, just be that guy. Everybody wake up. Hey, funny Nate Kreckman on Twitter. Oh, hey.
You didn't see that aggressiveness on the power play last night?
Yeah, it was great.
Created a 3-on-2.
Hey, Nate.
They were cruising.
Nate, I got this anger.
Why are you shocked?
I'm not shocked.
I was
I'm
at
gonna
my
sit here and enjoy the
daughter's.
moment.
I was at my daughter's soccer practice.
Yeah.
And I pick up my phone, I look at the score, and the Avs are down 4-2. And all I do is I text Andy, 4-2?
Question marks.
Question mark. I get a call in about 1:30. And it is that rant, a little more blue, by the way, for the next 5 minutes. And it was absolutely beautiful. And I was like, you're right.
They were horrible last night.
Hey, you look tired.
Yeah, they were horrible.
Hey, but Dallas looked horrible too. You think they both are just
But that's what's annoying about it is you had a chance to gain 2 points on Dallas last night because they wet the bed against Utah and you missed the opportunity.
In your building.
Yes. So that's a bad loss last night for the Avalanche. And McKinnon's comments were well taken and very much appreciated. But Jaylen Waddle is a Bronco. Cameron Wolfe of the NFL Network is going to join us at 3:20. Nick Kosmider at 4 o'clock. We'll do the high five at 5 o'clock. Andy, Jaylen Waddle, they needed skill position talent, and they went and they got it. you traded the 30th overall pick. If you would have told me you would have gotten a player as good as Jaylen Waddle with the 30th overall pick, I don't give a rat's bleep about the 30th overall pick. See you later, number 30. You go and get a true number 1 wide receiver. I'm sorry, it's not a co-number 1. Cortland Sutton, you're the number 2 wide receiver now on this team. You actually have a receiver that can get open in the intermediate middle of the field, which has essentially been a death zone for the Broncos over the last couple of years. Oh, and by the way, Jaylen Waddle, pretty damn good yak guy. So even if you want to throw him the occasional horizontal pass, a nice wide receiver screen, I think Jaylen Waddle's going to be able to go and make a play. I was very pleased to see that Denver made this trade. Andy, the trade on paper, I'll give it an A. I'll absolutely give it an A.
I'm with you.
But to your point, the trade only exists on paper right now.
Yeah.
And so we shall see if it does work out. But hey, Bo Nix out of excuses. Okay, the Bo Nix defenders all over social media. His wide receivers stink. Yeah, they got bad hands. Well, they went and they gave up resources to go and get a guy. This is it. You're out of excuses. You got a bona fide skill position star in this offense on a 14-win team with a top 5 defense in the entire NFL. It's AFC Championship or bust. You could even say Super Bowl or bust for this team.
Yeah, look, if you're a Bronco fan, be excited.
Great trade.
I think you should be excited.
Great
I think
trade.
this is a quality use of the 30th overall pick.
Yes.
And again, I think it's been pointed out aptly on Twitter. I think Nick Kosmider was one of them. You basically traded a first and a fourth, or a first and a third for him because you swapped fourths. So don't worry about the fourth. Matter of fact, you moved up closer you're higher in the 4th round now than what you were going to be because the Broncos pick 30th in every round.
I don't want to hear anybody pining over the 4th round pick.
Yeah.
Even the 3rd round pick, okay?
Really? Yes.
You've used your 3rd round picks. You had good players with your 3rd round picks. We're done with 3rd round picks. Okay? This team needs stars. This team needs legitimate offensive stars because they have none. They have star offensive linemen. They have none in the skill positions. They have one now.
You need catch and run guys.
Yep.
And you got one.
Yep.
Now, again, in the analytic part of thing, and we can worry about the analytic crap come fall, frankly, because that's when it's going to show up. Like you and I just have both said, let's make sure this one gets used more than the guy about the same size because he's not the traditional Sean Payton size and weight and all that. But you know what? Davis Mills is now calling the plays.
Davis Webb, too.
Or Davis. Who's Davis Mills? He's the old. Well, he might be calling plays, too, but for Houston.
Yeah.
Davis Webb's calling the plays. I'm excited they got this done. And quite honestly, I don't know. Look, I've done the 30th pick draft shows. I've done the 28th pick draft shows. I did draft shows all throughout the Manning era. They were never picking high. It was always 25 or lower, right? Unless they traded up, which they did do the one time for Sylvester Williams and Shane Ray, I think, were 2 times they traded up.
Yes.
I've also done it where they've decided, we don't want, who was the Boise State running back, the muscle hamster?
Doug Martin. They
thought they were going to get Doug Martin.
Yeah.
I'd heard they liked Doug Martin. And then when Doug Martin was there, they said, Tampa, you can have him. They traded back, got Derek Wolfe in the second. Everything worked out for everybody. So I'm not worried about that. It's such a crapshoot. And again, we keep hearing it. I know Adam Schefter told the guys on PhD, not a good draft. Not a good draft. People are just underwhelmed with this draft. So what that you got rid of 2 picks in what's an underwhelming draft?
Yeah, this is great.
I'm excited to see how this is going to work.
You got a player that can be used in multiple different ways. Jaylen Waddle is lined up in the slot. He is lined up on the outside.
Joker, is he not? He's a bit more of the Joker as far as a little bit more of a do-it-all. Nate's going to scream. Hey, you look like me during that Avs game.
Can we retire that term for the love of God?
I'd say we need a Joker.
Trying to find a goddamn Joker.
Yeah. And then you got them last year, and then you didn't use them. Okay?
Well, by his definition, he got. See, to me, Waddle's more of
is R.J. Harvey the Joker because he had 11 touchdowns last year?
That's a great call.
Is he the Joker?
Because he did catch some passes.
He had a reception in every game.
Yeah.
Is he the Joker?
See, to me,
you would have to throw the ball to your tight ends for one of them to count as being the Joker. Okay, fine. I'm okay with retiring that term. I know it's fun to bring up, but I'm okay with it going away, and we can just talk about the Broncos having an outstanding, dynamic, very fast wide receiver who hopefully even Bo Nix can't overthrow.
Yeah. Look, and Race writes in and says that Waddle's not that small. You're right. 5'10" is not small. But Sean Payton likes 6'5" power forwards that could go play for the Nuggets at the receiver
small
position.
By Sean Payton standards.
Race, I'm not walking up to him and going, hey, you're small. No.
Also, 5'10", $185 is a small NFL wide receiver.
It is. But look, he's dynamic, and he's got great speed and all this other stuff. So, yes, I'm extreme. Let's go watch some practice right now. What do you say?
This is a good move.
So, yeah, I think it's a good move. I don't care about this draft. The more I read about this draft, I'm as underwhelmed as what the reports are. And guess what? Thick with tight ends, allegedly. So, in the second round, they could still hopefully get a tight end that'll float your fancy. Who was the Ohio State guys Vanderbilt guys who Jeff's got us on now?
Eli Stowers. Max Clare is the Ohio State tight end, which guess what? They can still do that at 62.
Yeah.
Okay? Like they can still grab a tight end at that part of the draft. I think Eli Stowers will probably be gone by then. He's kind of projecting like mid-second round, freak of an athlete. Plus, like Wald said yesterday, like he's got football IQ. He's probably gone by then. Here's the thing: I don't even know if they like the guy. You never know what's gonna.
You're right.
What's gonna scratch Sean Payton's itch at tight end? You hate having an itchy tight end.
Well, and apparently, like to your point, we just found out they weren't in on A.J. Brown the way everybody wanted him to be. Right? There's an itch they didn't want to scratch. Now, Nate.
See who tweeted that?
You know what we're going to do?
Who tweeted that?
Nate senses a pug story here. Nate doesn't think the pug has been kidnapped.
Did you see who tweeted that one?
I did. Oh, yeah, they're in the club.
Yeah.
They're part of the queue.
Yes, the SPNN, Sean Payton News Network.
I like that.
They were out in full force again today. Denver never wanted A.J. Brown. All right. Okay.
Do you like Waddle, though, a little bit better personality fit-wise? Because, again, I wanted to see it.
I don't know him.
I did want A.J. Brown reading a book on our sideline.
He's friends with Patrick Surtain.
Sure.
So
they're Alabama guys.
Yes, exactly. By the way, did you realize, Spring, get your drop finger ready, that in
drop finger? That sounds like something MPJ was dealing with.
You need drop finger when you got itchy tight end is what it is. That'll fix that.
Anyway, get it going.
Jaylen Waddle, 2021 draft. Jaylen Waddle was the number 6 pick. Patrick Surtain, the number 9 pick.
Oh, you know what I'm really happy about?
Symmetry.
Nice. He wasn't the 7th pick.
I know.
I thought for a second. I'd forgotten that one already. Yes.
Yeah, we could have done that silly thing.
Done that deal.
But we didn't do that. We went old school. We're more of a 6 and 9 crowd.
You're going to have to help me because if it means nothing, then why do we do this? Because this seems to suggest you're doing something.
It certainly does.
If it means nothing. Anyway. Yeah.
By the way, we got to get rid of the George Costanza drop to describe the offseason now. They did something.
Nothing.
We can't have nothing anymore. Now, they still don't have an outside free agent.
I was going to say, that still stands.
So that's technically still a nothing, but they did something today. This is a great move. This is a great move for the Broncos. You needed a dynamic skill position player. There was no reason for him to be on the Dolphins anymore, right? I mean, I'm sure Malik Willis would have liked having him around, but that team is completely rebuilding. It's a trade that actually makes sense for that team. You move your guy, you get yourself a nut. Those are 2 good draft picks. Like, I know number 30, fine, but those are good draft picks. You're going to get a starter at that position, maybe a guy that can make a Pro Bowl.
Yeah, and the other thing I think is kind of, it's interesting to me a little bit today to just watch some of the reaction to this. I got to be honest, I lost my point. I had something really cool to tell you, and I lost.
What has been the reaction? I don't scroll through Twitter.
Well, a lot of people, they love it, and it's going to be great.
Good.
And everything should be good.
It's a good move.
You know what I want to tell you about the Malik Willis thing? That's what was making me laugh, because I watch all over Twitter, and I'm watching ESPN, and what is Malik Willis going to do? Did he know about this? How dare they? And I was like, dude, he's not. I don't know about you, because this is what I wanted to ask you when you were gone last week. I don't think he's the future of that franchise. I think he's bridge guy at best.
He's a placeholder.
What do you mean?
Or
now I'm sure, to your point, he would like a weapon like Waddle to be able to utilize and maybe show off his skill set. But I mean, come on.
But a signing like that, if you're Miami, you need a placeholder to get you through to the next draft. Maybe Malik Willis is Sam Darnold. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe
maybe.
he's the guy that I know he was drafted later, but still, maybe Malik Willis now has a starting opportunity in a team that seemingly believes in him and wanted to have his services. Maybe his career takes off, and great for him if it does. But nonetheless, he's going to have to do so without Jaylen Waddle, and that team needs pieces. They have got to rebuild. They have cap issues because of the Tua thing. It's time for them to change their culture and move on. Those are the teams you call. Those are the teams that you look at and go, you guys are a mess and you got a really good player.
Yeah,
May
he's
we
making
have
a
him,
few
please?
dollars.
Yes.
That's the other thing I love about it. His contract is not gross.
No.
Now, what is interesting, he's a $27 million hit next year. He being Waddle, for those that missed it. I saw a little breakdown of it. And Leggy did inform us yesterday their cap is not exactly rosy for next year, so we'll see what machinations come of this. I'm sure they'll be reworking some deals or maybe a couple. I know
they already have been reworking deals.
Schefter told, and again, Nate, Mark and I were saying this last week on the 2 days while you were calling some fine Mountain West basketball. Like the Dre Greenlaw thing to me. Now, I was wondering maybe would it be for the running back, the Jets running back, Breece Hall. But to me, when you decided to designate,
Sorry.
We could. Hey, listen, I'm just supposed to trust you and go with it. Don't
You are.
that.
Sorry.
Here's the deal. You knew when they decided, I think I even said it to you before you took your little hiatus to call the games. If they were going to designate Greenlaw as post-June 1st cut to save a little cap room, there was a reason why they wanted to keep some cap room around.
Yes.
So here it is.
Here it is. So you get a guy, $27 million and $29.4 respectively, 27 and 28. He will count just $4.9 million against Denver's 2026 cap, according to over the cap data. $4.9 million against the cap this year. So who cares? That's nothing.
Yep.
That's $4.9 million. Like that, Stiddy makes more than that. Who cares?
Yeah.
You know.
For now.
Boy, Stiddy could have really used Jaylen Waddle, huh?
Will Stiddy be around long enough? I still don't think your
question.
take is bad. There's plenty of time for a quarterback to be traded.
It's there.
For sure.
We got a whole draft coming up.
We got a whole offseason. Someone's going to get hurt in spring camp.
There's plenty of time, okay? We did the first, second, third, and fourth waves of free agency. Now we're on to, I don't know, the third wave of trades or whatever. Stiddy is like a ninth wave trade.
Shout out to my guy in the 347 area code. I don't know who that is, but he texts us all the time. He wants to know what toy is Jaylen Waddle. I think you got yourself an aircraft carrier.
This is pretty strong.
I think you got the USS flag.
Yeah, this is
at bare minimum
pretty good.
You got the AT-AT.
Yes, if I would call AJ Brown the aircraft carrier.
Yeah, I would too. Okay,
Jaylen Waddle's a solid AT-AT though. It's a very it's very good.
See, they did have some other G.I. Joe toys I did play with that were in the aircraft carrier genre. Like they had the space station with the dumb rocket.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had like a big moving mobile command center that looked like the thing the Ewoks drove in.
I had an older brother, and he always got something a little bit cooler than whatever it was I got. So he got Jaylen Waddle's the little brother present.
Yeah, you're not bitter, but
I haven't hung on to it.
See, I
haven't discussst this with my therapist at all in recent years.
I feel like Waddle for me with Sean Payton is the aircraft carrier. I do.
All right.
I have a little less. I appreciate your skepticism is the word I'm looking for as to why the news broke the way it did with never loving A.J. Brown. But I guess I just did not feel like A.J. Brown was going to be kumbaya with Sean Payton, and he knew it.
It's very possible.
I feel like Sean Payton's older, and he knows.
I think,
By
the way, Andy, that's a two-way street.
Yeah, you're right.
As we know.
No, you're right.
As we know.
A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown might have been like, just like Dre Greenlaw went, I'm not really feeling you either.
Yes. There's, he shouldn't be talking about that. He doesn't even know how many surgeries I've had. So.
Fair enough, my friend. Fair enough.
Two-way street when it comes to the dysfunctions in those relationships.
A little less chance of an explosion here. But we'll see.
We shall see. We're only just starting to venture down this road. We will check in with Cameron Wolfe of the NFL Network. He knows everything that's going on with the Dolphins, so he'll give us a full breakdown on Jaylen Waddle. That's coming up on the other side. Learn about the Broncos' new wide receiver on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show with Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl, produced by Mark Springer on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl telling you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about your energy levels. I'm sure they're a little bit better today after a big Bronco trade like everybody wanted. But maybe overall your energy's not what it wants. You know, we're hitting the springtime of year, and this is the time where you got to get out in the yard. I know I do. You got to get stuff done. Going to be hauling around grass, trying to get things right, get the crud cleaned up. You need the energy for the long days. If you're waking up and wanting to take a nap automatically, maybe you're dealing with the brain fog, none of that's good. Obviously, sometimes there's sexual side effects if you're talking about low testosterone levels. Maybe you're not seeing the workouts in the gym. Maybe your sex drive is not what it used to be. All these things can get solved simply by heading over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and getting your T levels checked. And you know what? It's not just about your testosterone level, because now they offer more programs that help you lose weight, support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more, with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. I've been telling you that for the last 6, I guess going on 7 months now, I've been on the GLP-1. I'm down 42 pounds, looking to make it 50. Here, I'm hoping by the end of the month or so, and it's all thanks to the guys at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So get on over there, get your T levels checked, and talk to them about this program, especially if you're not a fan of how you look. Takes 10 minutes to take a quiz at their website if you want to do that and see if maybe you fit into the low T category. Your first appointment's $99. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your visit, the appointment's free. So get on in there and get those T levels checked. It doesn't take very long. I did get my T levels checked a while back. And again, no big deal. Going to take you 30 minutes. You'll know what you need to know, and you can make the decision then. Give them a call today. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
10th play of the drive. Here they come. There he goes. Waddle. Look at him fly. You can kiss him goodbye. Waddle. Touchdown. 43-yard strike. Wow.
Every touchdown sounds better when it's called by Kevin Harlan. It's a Monster Ticket Tuesday. We have your chance to win tickets to see a huge divisional matchup between the best teams in hockey when Dallas comes to town tomorrow night. Text the keyword Shamrock right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Shamrock to 303-504-0925. It's all brought to you by Papa Murphy's. Today is a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Shamrock. Shamrock will announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to you. Cameron Wolfe, covering the NFL for the NFL Network, former Denver Post guy, joins us right now on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, covering those Miami Dolphins quite closely. Cameron, let's start in this place. Tell us about the weapon that Sean Payton just added to his offense. Cameron, do you have us?
Yes, sir. I got you.
Okay. Jaylen Waddle, scouting report. Fire away.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon
I think
to
that
you.
First of all, I think he's a number one receiver. I think there was a lot of debate because Tyreek Hill is here. Is he a true number one? I think you're going to see all that he can do without Tyreek, being force-fed a lot of the targets there. I think he's got a lot better as a route runner when he first got in the league. He's really nuanced. Everybody knows about his speed, but he may be one of the best 5 yards after catch receivers in the league to me. He's a guy who really sells at the line of scrimmage more than he did early in his career, and I think Sean Payton's going to have a lot of fun using him both as an intermediate weapon that can be a slant post guy who can take it to the crib, and also those screen routes that I know Broncos fans have a love-hate relationship with. I think they're going to look a lot better with Jaylen Waddle on the other side of it. So I love the move for them. I think that was my big question about the Broncos. Did they have enough explosiveness on offense? And Jaylen is the quintessential explosive receiver for you. So I love the move for them.
Cameron, good to talk to you. Andy Lindahl. Hope the NFL Network's treating you well. It sounds like the Miami assignment certainly is treating you well. How would you say this helps the Broncos in the division? How does this up their power ranking in your mind if it does?
Yeah, I think it helps because let's call last year what it was, a down year for the AFC. You don't have Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow playing at their best. And so, yes, the Broncos got to the AFC Championship, but this year is going to be harder, and especially with the offenses, I think, getting back to where they were. So how do the Broncos compete offensively? I think you had to get a weapon that keeps defensive coordinators up at night, and I know Jaylen Waddle does that. I talk to defensive coordinators throughout the year, and they say they've game plan just as much as for Waddle as they do for Tyreek. His yards per catch, if you look at them, particularly when Tyreek's out, he has elite numbers in that particular category. And so I think when you talk about the AFC West, they're going to be able to go mano a mano with some of these offenses, and they're not going to have to rely on their defense to keep, Mahomes or Herbert to 16 points for them to win every game. So I think it's a good fit for Bo Nix. He can stretch that big arm out and throw the deep ball a little bit more. And I also think it's a big win for Cortland Sutton too. He's going to be able to get a lot more single coverage. He's going to be able to have advantages in matchups because teams are going to have to put their number one corner on Jaylen Waddle. And so Cortland Sutton against a lot of number two corners, I like that as well. So I think it elevates their entire offense. And to me, moves maybe the biggest question mark I had for this Broncos team.
Talking to Cameron Wolfe, the NFL Network, as the Broncos have acquired Jaylen Waddle for a 1-3, and then they're swapping 4s. Cameron, in terms of alignment with Jaylen Waddle, he has worked in the slot. He has worked on the outside. As you have watched him play, and you talk about him being a good slant post screen guy, what do you think is the best way to deploy him in this Broncos offense?
Yeah, I think you're going to use him over the middle of the field, right? I think if you look at his numbers, 40% of his catches were over the middle of the field last year, and I think that's a big number because he was the second read for most of their offense. He was a guy that played primarily outside for most of his career, but they found ways to use his advantage. And I know for Denver, they struggled at some of those over the middle routes. I think Jaylen's going to help them a lot there, and not in the traditional, hey, let's go sit in the middle of the field and get a first down. That's not his skill set. He's a small dude. You don't want him taking those contacts over the middle, but the yards after catch ability, I think, is going to really allow the Broncos to open up their offense in a different way. And I think when you watch Waddle play, you'll realize just how much respect he gets off the line of scrimmage. Teams played a lot of deep two-man, two deep safety coverage against the Dolphins, even when Tyreek was out, because they just were so scared of getting beat deep. So that just opens up so much underneath. That opens up the run game more, and it helps that offense overall. So I think you'll see, certainly they'll call some deep routes for him, but I think you'll see their most effective use of him in the intermediate to deep over the middle game.
Well, what's the plan in Miami now? You know, I'm sure you've been asked that a lot too, Cameron. I know there's some people worried about Malik Willis not, being aware that this could go down, but they're in a clear rebuild. Do you think it's Malik the whole way? Like, are they just trying to get ready for Arch Manning? What's the long-term plan there?
Yeah, this is a complete rebuild. I mean, the tank word is a curse word in Miami because it cost them a first-round pick last time they were talking about it. But you look at the roster, and they've been very clear. We've got to clean up this cap. We've got to reset. We've got to get more draft picks. They're probably going to be one of the worst teams in football this year, but their vision is 2027, 2028. They certainly got a nice haul from Denver from the picks there. They now have 11 picks in the draft, including 7 in the top 100. So their thought is we're going to pick our guys and rebuild this roster. They were already in a tough spot because Tua took so much of their cap that this was going to be a hard year to compete. So I think they're just going to take it on the nose and essentially eat it on a larger scale than now. Now, the Malik Willis question is an interesting one because I do wonder if he knew that they were going to trade Jaylen Waddle, would he still sign that deal? Now, $45 million guaranteed in a starting job, maybe he still does. But I don't know that his chances of solidifying himself as a proven quarterback got better with this move. I think it gets harder. But for Miami, I think they're going to be looking towards 2027 and beyond. So if Malik shows that he can do some things, then maybe they can use those picks elsewhere. If not, then I'm with you. There may be a march for Arch for Miami going into next year.
Guys, that's Cameron Wolf, NFL Network. Get him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. Cameron, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate you. You guys are going to love Jaylen. He is a great dude.
All right, Jaylen Waddle, certified great dude coming to town. It is a Monster Ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win tickets to see a huge divisional matchup between the best teams in hockey when Dallas comes to town tomorrow night. Text the keyword Shamrock. That's Shamrock right now to 303-504-0925. Shamrock. Text that to 303-504-0925 on a big-time Ticket Tuesday. All right, Andy, so I'm digging through some of the numbers right now. This is since Jaylen Waddle has been in the NFL. He is 15th in receptions. He is 10th in yards. He is 18th in touchdowns. He's got 26 touchdown catches. This is amongst wide receivers, by the way. I excluded tight ends from this. This is just amongst wide receivers. Since he came into the league, if you want to get a little advanced on it, looking at success rate, which generally is just, are you gaining enough yards on a given play to stay on schedule, or are you converting first downs on third downs, etc.? I mean, he's 8th in the NFL since he has been in the league. The guys above him, Puka Nacua, Amon-Ra St. Brown, T. Higgins, Chris Godwin, Stephon Diggs, Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, and Jaylen Waddle. That's amongst guys with at least 250 catches. That's the cream of the crop, NFL wide receivers. The Broncos have not had a top 10 wide receiver in the game since Demaryius Thomas. Jaylen Waddle, if he peaks, if he maximizes his game here, that's what he is in Denver.
Yeah, and what I really love about this is you finally have a different skill set. Like you and I would talk about it at points last year. Cortland Sutton is what he is, which is just a physical nightmare for a lot of corners.
Yeah.
But he's not a run-by-you guy necessarily. And he's never been the DT where I'm going to make the catch, strong-arm you to the ground, and take it another 80.
Break a tackle and turn a Especially, man, those bubbles. Demaryius Thomas is the best bubble screen receiver I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
They haven't had that guy since. Not that they haven't tried throwing those. They throw them constantly, but either bad blocking or just, again, it's on the guy that catches the ball. You got to make somebody miss or you have to break a tackle.
And Waddle will do that, I think. He'll make someone miss, so they will look better. And listen, I don't know what Cortland Sutton's going to look like now with Waddle on the other side. Cameron's absolutely right. You're going to have to put your first priority is going to have to be Jaylen Waddle now, not Cortland Sutton. So this may mean he'll get a little more room to operate. We may start seeing breaking in some tackles because let's be honest, they're putting 2, sometimes 3 guys on him towards the end of the year because they didn't want Bo. They were like, okay, Bo didn't really trust anybody else. Fine, you don't get him, right? So I'm excited to see how this all is going to work out. I like that this is a guy that works the middle of the field because, frankly, when we've talked to Jeff Legwold about the tight end position, why did he like who was the guy?
Chig Okonkwo.
Okonkwo. I'm getting there now that he's not going to be a Bronco.
Okonkwo.
But anyway, Leggy said he liked Okonkwo when we talked to him, a week ago before this all really got going because he thought it worked the middle of the field that Bo Nix was best at, and they didn't have enough guys to do that.
Let me give you statistical context to that very point, okay? There's a great breakdown on this that Parker Gabriel had in the Post today. So, last year, intermediate middle of the field, so 10 to 19 air yards beyond the line of scrimmage, according to Next Gen Stats, middle of the field. Last year, 13% of Cortland Sutton's yards came in the intermediate area of the field. 7% for Troy Franklin. 13% for Pat Bryant, 13% for Marvin Mims, according to Pro Football Focus. Last year in Miami, Jaylen Waddle, 57% of his receiving yards came in that intermediate middle of the field. 57% came in that part of the football field. That's you solved the problem. You basically good front offices look at it and they say, how do I fix exactly what my weakness is? The LA Rams this year, we suck in the secondary. Bam, 2 new corners. They fixed it. The Broncos, intermediate middle of the field, where Drew Brees made his Hall of Fame career in Sean Payton's offense. We're not good there. Let's go get the guy that is arguably the best in the league there. They did.
All right. Let me ask you a tricky question that not everybody will like. Is another reason why you make this move, and look, I think it's a good move no matter what. You're building a good young core. You're letting these guys grow together for the most part. But you got to offer Bo Nix a contract here. Probably at the end of next year.
You better believe
right?
I've thought about this.
You think this is a chance to say, we've now given you a true number one, and we better see those air yard, that air yard average better go up a bit. It doesn't have to be top 5.
It was awful last year.
Yeah, it was.
Last
and
year
we can't
was
have you
5.
averaging, under 5 yards a throw.
Exactly.
We've got to get that up, and if you can't get this done with this guy, then there may be an interesting contract conversation coming up.
He's 2 years into the league, right? He did not take a substantial leap year 1 to year 2. He's basically has been the same player in 2 years so far in the NFL in Bo Nix. So yes, absolutely. That story is not yet written. You know, we can look at it and say maybe the Broncos are going to have to fork over big bucks for Bo Nix. They also might not.
Yeah.
And the reality is that Bo Nix is not a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. You don't want to pay him like a top 10 quarterback in the NFL if that's going to be the case. You want to pay him in the, the Daniel Jones area, the Sam Darnold area. Like that's where you would like to be paying him if that's the quarterback.
More the 10 to 15 slot.
So if you are now reading it and saying, okay, he has the weapons, he has grown in this part, he is making plays over the middle of the field consistently in this offense, which we now need him to do. We've put the right pieces around him. He has shown that he is worthy of this. He is our franchise. He is the face. He is our guy going forward. Yes, this is another piece of evidence because basically, Andy, unless a guy comes into the league and has a year either like Jaden Daniels did his rookie year or Drake May did this past year, like all your questions are answered, right? You know exactly what you have in that player. You don't know that for sure with Bo yet. You have to be able to answer that question.
Now, granted, and we got the text coming in, he's done a lot of winning. We're all going to give you
Sure
that,
is.
guys. But he's also done a lot of winning.
Yeah.
In parts, too. He's had a lot to do with it. The defense has a lot to do
Yeah,
with
his
it.
defense has done a
He's
lot
got
of winning.
a really good team around him.
He
and to your
does.
point, if you go and pay, if you don't believe us, and you should by now, but if you don't, just watch what the Kansas City Chiefs are dealing with. They've got the best quarterback in the game, in my opinion, and still struggling trying to figure out how to put a team around him because they owe him so much money every year.
They did not win this past year.
They did not.
I know he got hurt, but they didn't win with him this year.
Well, and frankly, some of the moves they're making could lead to more. They don't have an offensive line because they can't quit paying everybody else.
Or they can't hit on their draft picks.
Well, that's part of the problem, too.
Which is also an issue that they have had. So the Broncos have done quite well in most of their aspects of team building. This was a fix today. Okay, they went and got a skill position star, which they absolutely had to do. And this is great news for Bo Nix.
It is.
If
we get a better read on things now. He's got a bona fide number one to play with.
Yep.
For the first time in his 2 years.
And again, you're absolutely right. He has done a lot of winning. He has no excuses to not be a $50 million plus annually quarterback coming up here in a couple of years. He has no excuses not to be. And I think the Broncos want to help make him that. I think they would very much like to, but as of yet, he has not done enough. Maybe Jaylen Waddle will help. Shamrock, SHAMROCK, Shamrock to 303-504-0925. Like that crappy AI music on YouTube, Shamrock, 303-504-0925. Text it in right now on a Ticket Tuesday. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. The April 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction is coming up. And if you are looking for a fantastic deal on a well-maintained used car, well, this is the place to go. These former government vehicles, they have a known service industry. They've been professionally maintained on schedule, and you can skip all that dealership hassle. And what's even better, you skip the salesperson, you skip that process, you buy online with our friends at Roller Auction. They have a great, very user-friendly interface at roller.bid. So get on there and check out the Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction opening April 2nd. Pick up a great used car with this auction, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Our next giveaway, Avs tickets, Avs Flames, catered suite tickets. You want to win them? Sign up to bid now at roller.bid/altitude, and you are entered.
Only 4 shots so far over halfway through the second period. That's not enough, Connor.
Carlson sends it around, kept in far point. They score on the deflection. 5-2 with 9:24 to go in the second.
Hideous. 7-2 last night. The Avalanche got housed. It wasn't good. And Nathan MacKinnon was not happy about it. Not surprisingly, but Nathan MacKinnon after the game, Andy, I think he flat out called out Jared Bednar last night. He's unhappy with 7 defensemen. He's unhappy with rotating defensive pairs. He's unhappy with the team overpassing. Nathan MacKinnon's got his issues. This is big number 29 after the game last night.
Yeah, I think lines and D pairs need to sit down and go through clips and figure out what our system is right now. Like too much passing around the perimeter. Like the only good shift of the game we had was when Bursey took 4 shots from the strong side and then they took 1 in the net. So that's how we have to play. We're too perimeter. We don't shoot enough. We haven't had 30 shots in 4 games now, which is very, very rare for us. Usually we work off that D1 shot. And obviously our tracking, forward tracking, need to help our D more. And even like the Seattle game wasn't great either. Sometimes winning can mask some stuff. Winnipeg were good defensively. We just didn't shoot the puck at all. No one's at the net. So, we need to get guys in the paint.
Yeah, I'd agree. Because you had 2 power plays at one point. Of their first 3 power plays, they had 1 shot between 2 of them. Now, they got like 5 shots on their second one, and there's some pretty good shots. But their first and their third power play had literally 1 shot. The first power play had no shots. And then, as soon as Malkin comes out of the box, off he goes to score the first goal of the game, and you're chasing the game from there. It just is, it's massively frustrating. I'm glad to hear Nathan MacKinnon address it. You got to shoot more, and guys got to want to do the hard. Now, I realize you don't have Landeskog, you don't have MacKinnon, but you have Kadri. Someone's got to just go decide they're going to make a tough living in front of the net because that's how the playoffs are done. Period.
Andy, 4 consecutive games now, less than 30 shots on goal.
Yeah, and that's not how the Avs are going to win.
No.
It's not how this team's built. That's not why you've acquired all this talent.
No, that's okay. So, did we underestimate once the trade deadline went down and you put new pieces in place? Did we underestimate that it was going to take an adjustment period, especially considering the injuries they're dealing with right now, mostly Landeskog and MacKinnon?
I mean, I don't know, Nate, maybe.
Don't we just look at it and say the Avalanche are a wagon, and hey, it turns out the Avalanche are like any other team. Guys got to settle in and figure out roles.
Yeah, but I keep saying this, and look, I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I know other people saw it. Wedgwood, go back and watch the balance of Wedgwood's work. He was out of his mind the first 2 months of a year.
Yeah.
He was out of his mind all November and December.
He covered up warts.
Then he got tweaked in his back. Blackwood got back in there. Blackwood's been good, okay? That's the crazy thing about it. Blackwood's not been bad. Just to start the year, Wedgwood was freaking spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
And when Nathan MacKinnon talks about winning covers some things up, Wedgwood was the guy covering up bad defensive turnovers, giving up breakaways, giving up wide. Wedgwood was making saves maybe twice a game that he shouldn't have made. But he found a way to make them. And guess what? Now he's not quite to that level. Blackwood has been good, but not elite. And here you are, all of a sudden, and it happened I felt bad for both goalies last night. How many just breakaways looking like you somehow got sprung on a power, like guys out of the box. You're so open, it looked like a power play ended and the power play, the penalty server got out of the box, just breaking away wide open on him.
Oh, that 3-line pass by Carlson to Mantha last night?
Ridiculous. How's that happening?
You know what he did? He turned the Avalanche into Mantha fodder.
Yeah, you like that?
I
The
did.
Bantha?
Mhm.
Wasn't the Bantha some Star Wars thing?
It was you'll be Bantha.
There you go.
Bantha
That's
fodder.
right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was
Well,
what
those
I was
are
doing
those
there.
loud things on
They
Tatooine or whatever, right?
Yeah.
With the big horns?
Yeah.
The
Mhm.
Tatooine buffalo?
Yeah, I think they digitally added them when they remade the movies.
did.
You didn't need to do
ruined
that.
it up,
they
but-
were fine. It was okay.
Okay, and I'm going to say this, all right? Here's the deal. I just got to get this off my chest. Someone wrote this in earlier. It's the injuries, it's the injuries, it's the injuries. All right, guys, maybe it is the injuries, but I got news for you. This power play has sucked all year.
It has.
All right? And Lekkonen's been around for that. And Landeskog's been around for that. Okay? And again, you just added in some more grit in Nazem Kadri. So you got that back. And guess what? I like Nick Waugh. Matter of fact, one of your goals has come because Nick Waugh is the one that's not been afraid to get his rear end in front of the net. So yes, they are injured right now. But this has been an up and down thing, and the power play's had problems all year long. All year long. And you're getting too late in the season to just go, it'll work itself out. Is it? Are we sure? Because for the balance of the year, what have you been, 29th or 30th in the power play?
Yes.
So don't tell me it's just going to magically work itself out because now it's the playoffs and we have some new level of care. This is your identity right now. So show me it's going to change, please.
It's been that way all year. It has been. It really has. Hey, go to altitudesportsradio.com/not-a-bracket to enter the coolest contest in March. All you do is pick 5 teams, and you are entered. Lower-seeded teams are worth more when they win games. This year's winner gets a pair of tickets and a catered suite to the first Nuggets home playoff game, dinner for 2, and an autographed Nikola Jokic jersey. It's all powered by Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Tiebreaker is the earlier entry, so enter now at altitudesportsradio.com/not-a-bracket. Yes, tournament does start tonight. Dayton, Ohio. We got UMBC Howard at 4:40. Little 16-on-16 action. And then NC State and Texas tonight in the 11-11. So we are getting this thing going this evening. You get those games over on AM 950. Jaylen Waddle, 3 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons to start his NFL career. Tua was banged up in 24. His numbers suffered. He was banged up last year, and his numbers suffered. What kind of leap forward can he take in Davis Webb and Sean Payton's offense? We'll ask Nick Kosmider all about that coming up next. He covers the Broncos and the NFL for The Athletic, and he is with us when we return. Like this note that I got from Nick Kosmider today in The Athletic. 5 yards after the catch per reception since 2021. 7th among players with at least 300 touches during that stretch. Yes, Nick Kosmider providing that. Broncos got themselves a yak guy. Nick Kosmider joins us right now to discuss the Broncos' acquisition of wide receiver Jaylen Waddle from the Miami Dolphins. Nick, welcome back to the show. How you doing, man?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. Nick, why is Jaylen Waddle a good fit in the Bronco offense?
Well, there's a number of reasons, but I think it starts with where his targets will be concentrated. It's just an area of the field that the Broncos have not really been able to access. And we're talking kind of that middle of the field, intermediate area where you have guys get open, get into space, and then kind of to what you referenced, be able to make plays after the catch. Waddle is a guy who is very smooth in being able to create space off the line of scrimmage immediately after the snap, and then have enough room to, after making the catch, kind of carry that momentum forward and turn what could be a 7-yard catch into 12, 13 yards. Like that's kind of what he's really excelled at in his career. And that's just not an element that the Broncos have been able to consistently produce in their offense since Sean Payton got here in 2023. This was a clear need in terms of that element. The other thing, I was talking to an assistant NFL coach today who said he's going to help Denver's run game as well, because when you have a guy that now can operate from just about anywhere alignment-wise, you're going to need to start a lot of that zone coverage over the top that's getting shaded in Cortland Sutton's direction. Now you're having to pull somebody out of the box in order to put them over the top of Jaylen Waddle. So, you know, if you're continuing to be able to disguise the running and passing game well, that should theoretically, clean up the box a little bit for Denver's runners as well. So I really think when you add a piece like this that does a lot of things well, beyond what just shows up in the stat line, which is a consistent 75 catches, 1,000 yards, 5 touchdowns every year, you're also getting somebody who puts pressure points on a defense where they have not been applied by Denver, consistently over the last few years.
Yeah, I'm asking you this because I already kind of cheated off your X timeline, but a lot of people out there, well, not a lot of people, some griping that maybe they overpaid for Waddle. You pointed out that maybe those draft picks don't look quite like what they are, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the thing, right? And you guys hear our pal Jeff Legwald talk to you a lot of the time. Like, teams don't have 30 first-round grades for prospects. So when you're talking about the 30th overall pick in the draft, teams a lot of times will view that as a second-rounder because you're not probably getting a player with a first-round grade on your board. Of course, every team that makes a first-round pick will always say he was a first-round grade on our board. But the reality is there's, 18, what does Leggy typically say, between 18 and 22 of those guys.
In a good draft,
He said there may be only 15 this year, Nick.
So there you go. So the chances that even if, you're going to be at 30, and there's only 15 of those guys, what are the chances that any of those is kind of, slipping through the line to get all the way back to you? Probably pretty low. And, and then when you talk about the 4th round pick, the 3rd round pick, both of those being at the back end of the round, you now have two, kind of early to mid 4th round picks that you can do some things with. And look, the last time the Broncos were in this situation, they didn't have their 1st round pick. They made their first pick in the 60s. That turned into Nick Bonito and Marvin Mims, who have, I think, now 4 Pro Bowls and counting between the two of them. So, look, we all knew going into this offseason, the Broncos, even beyond the actual position of where they needed it, they needed to add some playmaking pop. And that's what they've done in Jaylen Waddle. They've assessed that free agency pool and, for the price of what it was going to cost, did not view any of those as solutions for their offense. They find it here. They do have to pay, it's a significant price to pay a guy who's not necessarily your wide receiver 1 or is a wide receiver like 1A, 1B, whatever, however you want to categorize it. But for a team that is, right where they need to be, kind of right at the precipice of being a Super Bowl contender, if it's what puts you over the top, then, what are we going to talk about? The 30th overall pick being the impediment to that? Like, it's a price you pay when you're where you're at in the build like Denver is.
Well said. Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Cortland Sutton, we know what his clearly defined role is going to be in this offense. For wide receivers 3, 4, and 5 on this Broncos team, Nick, Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims, in whatever order you put them in. The acquisition of Jaylen Waddle, who does it impact the most in terms of targets and role?
Well, I did see a pretty funny tweet out there in the Broncos internet sphere where somebody said, Broncos Twitter is going to be really mad in November when Jaylen Waddle is only getting 62% of the snaps because Sean Payton's still got to get little Jordan Humphrey on the field. so I'm kind of amiss, Nate, that you would not include.
I didn't even put him in the question.
Mr. Humphrey in the question.
You know what, though? Because I think if there's one guy whose role will not be impacted by this, it is Lil Jordan Humphrey. Like, he's solidified.
Right. Yeah, because he's going to be waived the first week of the season and then brought back when his contract isn't guaranteed and all those reindeer games, all that kind of stuff. So, anyway.
Yeah, it is an interesting question. And, you know, kind of the first thought you have is you're saying, okay, well, now you have this 5-man group that is pretty clearly like, you know, you look at that as a 1 to 5. It looks now a lot better than it did as a, like, you know, well, it looks better than what the 1 through 5 was. And so now if you're saying like Pat Bryant is your 5th receiver, even though last year toward the end of the season before he got kind of the concussion issues, he was kind of trending toward being more their number 2, 3. Again, this offense typically has not had a consistent like number 2, you know, week after week, and so I think that's what changes here. But it's a great question, Nate. I don't get the sense right now that the Broncos are in any kind of hurry to move because again, neither of those 3 guys, when you're talking about Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, and Pat Bryant, they're not costing you anything. Looked at the end of last season. The Broncos had some, and it kind of went under the radar just because of the fact that they were dealing with the Bo Nix injury and all that. But they were really hurting at wide receiver. They dealt with a lot of injuries at the position late in the year. There was attrition there that ultimately I think hurt them. And so I don't think they're going to be in any hurry just because they added a guy like Waddle to trim those numbers back. I think it's genuine when they've talked this offseason about being high on those guys. What we know now and probably always did was that didn't preclude them from, you know, wanting to add to the group. But adding Waddle is not a product of being dissatisfied with where those 3 guys are, still on their rookie contracts, still on very affordable deals. You know, I think it's going to be a very interesting training camp, you know, because guys, there'll be that fire there, right? You know, everybody's a little bit on notice, and I'm interested to just see like what that brings out of guys in training camp.
Nick, I think it's so interesting because you're one of the guys we have on to talk trade deadline and what could be happening and what you could be hearing and all this. And I know that you work with Diana Rossini, and it's starting to come out that apparently this is something they got going at the trade deadline. And again, when you're talking about a number 1 wideout and, you know, bigger contract, not surprised that it took a while for them to maybe just table it, come back to the discussion and make it work. But it just goes to show you that sometimes as much as we want to see stuff like this done at the deadline, you need more time, right?
You need more time, and it because that does tend to be a condensed timeline, and especially when you have, I think the other element of this, guys, is when you have a head coach who is a big part of the personnel decision-making progress, or perhaps the biggest.
We'll go with biggest. Yeah, Nick.
We'll go with biggest. Like, I think that's a real thing, that it's harder for those kind of teams to do those deals at the trade deadline because of the fact that, like, that coach is so in the weeds of that week's game plan and what they're trying to accomplish with that particular season, that to like really be as involved as I know Sean Payton was with this thing this time around in the offseason with Waddle, it's difficult. And that's why when I think I remember writing leading up to this trade deadline that Sean Payton Saints teams were very inactive at the trade deadline, did not do a whole lot there. And I really do think that has something to do with it. The fact that obviously Miami, with their 2 figureheads that ultimately got dismissed at the end of the season, they were still trying to salvage, I think, what they could. So if the return wasn't going to blow them away, I think they were just intent to kind of keep it moving with what they had. And so it makes sense to me that now they've recalibrated it. But I'm telling you, man, Miami's making money that the Broncos had to deal with post Russell Wilson look like child's play. I think I saw the figure. They're well over $100 million in dead money. It's going to be, you know, Malik Willis is thrown to like Tutu Atwell as his wide receiver number 1 right now. So, you know, I think John Eric Sullivan and the front office there, they have their work cut out for them. it's going to be interesting to see how they build it now too.
Yeah, a perfect year to do it though, with
It's
Arch
also-
Manning hanging out there. But
By the way, and you mentioned that, Nick, it's also interesting that they were talking about Waddle last year at the deadline. They didn't consummate the trade until after the front office changed out in Miami, which I think is an interesting little wrinkle in all of this.
well, you suggested, Nick, maybe they were trying to save something. Hey, real quick, Mark Springer just sent us the tweet, and it's vague tweet time of year. We've got Alvin Kamara with the God is great. Now, maybe he just is a religious person, but is there any chance, if you're hearing any rumblings, that maybe he gets released and Peyton would have interest, or what do you think?
So, kind of that's sort of like been part of today, trying to kind of check in on what else might be afoot. I don't get the sense that anything like that is moving. Again, they really do believe in J.K. Dobbins. I believe that to be true. And I also know that, we looked at R.J. Harvey and sort of saw the real issue of, the inability to kind of create consistent production as a runner when J.K. Dobbins went down. I think they're looking at it as like, this is a guy who caught 47 passes as a rookie, scored as a receiver, and that was kind of just getting started. And that's sort of more the role that Alvin Kamara had, is then the guy who could turn around and bust big runs. R.J. Harvey had that element of it too, right? I think he was second behind Travion Henderson among rookie running backs last year in terms of explosive runs. So I don't necessarily see that move coming. I know there's going to be some cap implications of it with Kamara as well. Cameron Jordan, the guy that's out there, had 10.5 sacks last year. I think he did an interview with Teron Armstead on a podcast saying that there's 3 teams that he's kind of looking at right now. It definitely seems like he's willing to leave New Orleans, for the first time. Don't necessarily know that he's a perfect scheme fit for what Denver does, but again, a guy that has 10.5 sacks, you don't always just be able to pick those up late in free agency. So that's another guy to kind of watch. But I don't get the sense right now, Andy, that anything is imminent.
Even despite Alvin Kamara's praising of God on Twitter,
praying on Twitter.
That somehow that we're reading into that.
That
really?
Could be,
Are we?
Great restaurant experience, whatever it might be.
Providence is not in the NCAA tournament, so I know he's not talking about God Sham God or anything like
that.
Yeah.
Deep that is a deep cut, Nate. That is a deep cut.
Hey, it's the least I could do. Hey, Big East was down this year. No Providence, okay? Nick Kosmider, everybody. Nick, great stuff, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
Alvin Kamara.
Just stirring the old pot.
Big God guy. That's got to mean something. Does it? Maybe he just really likes God. Maybe it was
he may. And you know what? Maybe he was backed up.
Yeah.
And everything's flowing again. He had some fiber. It's all good. He wants to thank all involved.
I think that's just what happened to you today.
Power. I did that to myself. Should we just tell everybody? I'm not afraid to be made fun of.
Did you tweet God so great today from the can?
Because it's all. So just so everybody can have a little fun, I take things at night. I take supplements. Sometimes I told you, been a little gassy on my little project here to lose weight. So I take a little of the anti-gas pills, except when I'm too tired. And for the last week, have not been paying attention to the box I've been grabbing it out of, and it's been Imodium.
Had an infection in his rear end.
Yeah, see, again, everything's been locked up. I've had tremendous freedom to not worry about having to go anywhere. And then last night or 2 nights ago, I was like, wait a minute. This
I know
this is not the right Joe cap.
And this is even what's going on here right now is the tip of the iceberg of everything that I know about the side effects of the GLP-1 shots.
You're
I know
either gassy or you're heartburny. That's it. I'm gassy.
You're both of those things, aren't you?
No, apparently I am, but I don't think I have heartburn, but it turns out maybe I do. I don't know.
All right. Well, Andy,
I know this. 8 pounds to go, Nate.
Okay.
you may. Hey, you know what? He may come over and do the Mick routine.
But
from
who's
Rocky.
counting?
Or wait a minute. Are you going to be? Who would you be? Are we going to go run on the beach? Should we be my Apollo Creed? Nate really wants the last 8 pounds gone more than anybody.
You need to get a violent case of food poisoning, and let's just get through this, okay?
One bad stomach flew away from my goal weight.
If you could just go lick the floor of a public restroom, let's get this over with, okay?
Oh, man. I'd prefer not to do that.
I had a whole tease about ducks, and
go ahead.
Can't even take it seriously.
Go ahead.
Nuggets Sixers. We got to talk about it. He's ducking again. I got duck numbers. when we come back tonight as the Nuggets take on the Philadelphia 76ers at 8 o'clock, plus another keyword. That's after this on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about the other part of the plumbing. Just told you about the first part. Let's talk about the other part. How are you doing with your dating life, your love life? Are you dealing with erectile dysfunction? It's just something they can help you with over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic if you're seeking help for this. If date night hasn't been the same, you haven't found yourself kind of seeking romance because of this problem, don't live that way any longer. They've got help for you over there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Matter of fact, they have treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some that'll even have you last in an hour or more if that's what you're after. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado successfully for over a decade, treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to that love life that you had before. Schedule the consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. First visit's $99. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if advised, a test dose. And if the test dose hasn't got things cranking in the office, it's free. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, in Fort Collins and the Springs, as well as a revamped location in Castle Rock. Call them today. 720-440-7900 is that number, or find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
NCAA tournament lives on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in Thursday, Friday for live coverage of the first 2 rounds on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Don't miss a second of tournament action. It's all powered by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. You want a keyword, and we have it. It is a Ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win tickets to see Colorado and Dallas tomorrow night. Text the keyword GOLD. Gold.
Gold!
Right now to 303-504-0925. That's GOLD. 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. It's $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword is gold. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Speaking of gold, Andy, tonight, World Baseball Classic final, USA and Venezuela.
Yeah.
Those teams are going for the gold. Listen to this note. According to Bill Shaken, Venezuela manager Omar Lopez said he got text messages from 3 organizations this morning asking him not to use pitchers that he used last night.
How about that?
In their win over Italy. Yeah. Well, I got good news for Omar Lopez. You know who didn't pitch last night in the win over Italy? Who is available to come out of the pen? Antonio Senzatella.
I knew that was going to be the name.
Yes.
If it goes the way it does against the Rockies when
Also,
he faces Major League hitting.
Former Rocky Anthony Molina.
Now, good for him.
Now the Braves, he is also available tonight for Venezuela. So you could trust a Colorado bullpen if you want to.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Did you also see the note where Team USA is strutting into the park wearing the game-worn hockey jerseys of the
Game-worn?
U.S., the game-worn hockey jerseys.
Like the jerseys they wore in the game, like sweaty
That's
and
what
everything?
Game-worn usually means there, Nate. Game-worn. Game-worn.
Are we sure?
Telling you that's what they're
Like,
saying.
have they been laundered? Have they been
I would
washed?
hope. That's what I was going to add. That's why I bring this up. Would you go that far? I don't think I'd go that far.
I'd be
Okay,
like,
I don't want to.
I'd be like, a jersey's fine.
Yeah,
I think we can get it done with a jersey.
yeah, man. Because that you got to get a good 3-4 washings to get hockey stank off those things, don't you?
I would think so.
There is no sport stank like hockey stank.
Team USA is starting Mets rookie Nolan McLean tonight. Venezuela going with Eduardo Rodriguez of the Diamondbacks, and he's not even that good anymore. So that's who's pitching in this thing. Good news, Ezequiel Tovar has had himself a nice classic. He's got an OPS over 1,100 for Team Venezuela. That was even despite an 0-for-4 last night against Italy. So he's having a good tournament. Some Rockies ties for you there.
Let me ask you this, baseball guy.
Speaking of Rockies ties, by the way, Michael Lorenzen, new Rockies pitcher, took the loss last night for Team Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Francisco
yeah.
Cervelli, he's the manager of Team Italy. Lorenzen was scheduled to start. And then Cervelli was like, I think I'm going to go with Aaron Nola. And then Aaron Nola was good. He pitched 4 innings, and then Michael Lorenzen lost the game. So it turns out, wise managerial decision, but that's the risk you run when you bring a Rocky out of the bullpen. We'll see if Venezuela does the same tonight.
Do you know when the Rockies opening day is?
The end of it's in like 10 days, isn't it? 10 or 12 days, something like that?
Remind me, Spring, didn't we say the 25th, or was it the 27th?
Rockies are 27th.
27th.
Friday.
10
We
days
do
from
from
today.
Friday.
Yeah, 10 days.
Yeah.
Let's get this going. Here we go.
Yeah, but do you feel
You can, you can only lose 100 if you start in March, Andy.
one game at a time?
That's how you do it. Okay, so Joel Embiid, I don't know, does he even travel with the Sixers for this game? Andy, this will be the 19th time that Joel Embiid would have been in the NBA as a member of the Philadelphia 76ers with a chance to play the Denver Nuggets. He has only taken the court 10 times. 10 times after tonight out of 19 possible matchups. As we know, he has not played a game here in Denver since November of 2019. He has now missed 5 consecutive matchups with the Nuggets when they play here in Denver. This is the guy that lobbied to win an MVP award for himself over Nikola Jokic.
Sat down with, wasn't that Rachel Nichols?
It was Shams.
Shams.
He said it to Shams.
That's right.
Yeah. So here is one thing I do want to point out. This is a little bit along the lines of like there's no such thing as clutch. Which is, if you look at a guy's clutch stats, they're almost always the same as just all of his other stats. To be fair to Embiid on this one, he has only played 10 times in 19 potential matchups with Denver. In his NBA career, games he has been eligible to play, he has played 485 out of a possible 951. That is 50.1%.
So half the games available in his career he's played.
He's played. So this isn't just a skipping the Nuggets thing. The problem is Embiid put a target on his own back when he called out Jokic for stat padding a couple of years ago. So we notice it, but also the rate at which he plays the Nuggets is the exact same rate that he plays basically everybody else.
Yeah, but it is wild he doesn't play in Denver.
5 straight years now. By the way, Jokic, since he came over from the Adriatic League, he has appeared in 91.7% of possible games.
And that number went down this year.
It did.
Simply because of the longest absence of his career.
Exactly.
What do you think that probably was? 95% before that injury?
Probably. I bet you, and actually we'll have Dan pull this up. I bet we could find Nikola Jokic. I wouldn't be surprised if has appeared in more games than anyone else since he's gotten into the NBA, at least in percentage of games that he was available to be able to play. He always plays.
Well, they need him to.
I would say so.
Yes. Okay, so you got an interesting kind of who's hurt. Who else is hurt for Philly? Isn't Maxey? Tyrese Maxey's out.
Tyrese Maxey is out.
You were telling me last
injury.
night that it's gonna Philly's doing to us what we did to them back in December, where they don't have many of their guys. Right?
Paul George is suspended.
Good for him.
Remember
I don't. What did he do?
He was taking the drugs.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, he was having a little too much fun in Philly, I guess.
Now, he wasn't taking 2 pounds of pot like the Oklahoma kid alleged to.
Two pounds.
He had 2 pounds of pot on him, according to an ESPN headline.
I don't recommend anybody take 2 pounds of pot at once.
Well, no, maybe don't have it just kicking around the backseat of your car or wherever it was. But
pretty sure you would go directly into a coma if you take 2 pounds of pot. Their last game against the Blazers the other night, the Sixers ran out a lineup of VJ Edgecombe. He's awesome, by the way. Quentin Grimes, Adem Bona. Andy just did a live read for that. Dominic Barlow and Justin Edwards. That's your starting 5 tonight.
Wasn't that one Dembona? Not a guy?
Adem.
Okay.
So
I knew his brother.
Can I give you one more note here on the Nuggets that
I've got a note for you as well, but it's not Nuggets related, so please, it is NBA related. Go ahead.
This one's exciting.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Since the Oklahoma City game, when Cam Johnson called himself out afterwards, said he needed to be more aggressive, and I think we all agreed, last 3 games, 17 points a game on 60-47 shooting splits. 60 from the field, 47 from 3.
Nice. Good.
Maybe he just needed to be shamed into being more aggressive. It has worked. He has played really well. I also believe the return of Aaron Gordon has defined the role of Cam Johnson much more specifically. I've been very happy with his play over the last couple of games. Let's just continue doing more and more of this.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Maybe hit a couple threes late, but I'm in.
Yeah. Yeah, a fourth quarter 3.
Yeah, please.
A clutch time 3 from the corner, okay? Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray will create an open look for you. Please knock it down.
Just have one.
Yeah.
This just came down.
Okay.
And this continues to be interesting. From Shams, Milwaukee Bucks' Giannis Antetokounmpo has been diagnosed with a left knee hyperextension and a bone bruise. He's going to be reevaluated in 1 week. Also, another star down, Anthony Edwards out a week with something similar for your Minnesota Timberwolves.
So the Ant thing, if Ant's one of those dudes, if he's missing time, he's actually hurt.
Oh, yeah.
Giannis, and it was a weird, awkward landing the other night, but also
he's playing for a team that
they're 28-39.
Yeah, they'd like a nice high pick.
Yeah, and Giannis would like to be healthy for his next team.
Right, because he's going to move on despite their chatter. But again, I do also think it's just interesting because, again, I'm just a little baffled, and it's not just the Nuggets. You got a lot of teams playing these 3 games in 4 nights, 4 and 6.
Guys get banged up.
Yeah, man. You got to Oh, they got to stretch this out.
Guys get
of course,
banged up.
Steve Kerr was banging the drum again the other night, saying
He's
we got to
not
play
wrong.
less games.
He's not wrong. Yeah, either stretch the season out and make it go longer, and the other solution to this, and really this seems to be the only solution to that problem that I can figure out that seems to present itself, because the owners will never allow fewer games. The TV partners will never want fewer games. Okay, you have to do away with back-to-backs then. It's just you play every other night.
Yeah.
It just has to. And honestly, I think the players would be like, okay, fine. I know exactly what I have to do. Now, it would drive the coaches nuts because you'll never get to practice. You never get any 2-day breaks.
But you never get to practice anyway right now.
It's hard enough anyway. Exactly. You're just trying to find whatever spot you can in the schedule.
I know for a fact Scott Hastings has talked about it on that Hot Mic podcast in the past that he and I have. Check it out on YouTube, like and subscribe. But he said he said he believes all the players would sign up for every other night versus what they're doing right now.
I asked the question of Nick Kosmider. Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims. I mean, we joked about it. I legit don't think this will impact the snap count of Lil Jordan Humphrey at all. I really don't. Sean's going to get him on the field in the packages that he wants him on the field.
Well, he's a blocking receiver,
exactly.
So yeah, that's why he got brought back.
Yeah, he's going to play. For Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, and Marvin Mims, Andy, who do you think the acquisition of Jaylen Waddle has the greatest impact on?
It is a great question. What do you, as far as snap count and time on field?
Snaps, targets, all of it.
I think it helps Cortland Sutton for reasons as we laid out, because I don't think he's going to be the main focus of attention anymore.
No, he's going to get number 2 corners covering him now. This is a great situation for Cortland Sutton.
Now, with what Nick Kosmider told me, let's go off of the data that we've been given. Both Cameron Wolfe covered Waddle in Miami very extensively. So Cameron Wolfe joined us at 3:20. If you want to go back, hear it on the podcast. Again, you can do that on our YouTube channel. But he had said that Waddle is a middle-of-the-field threat. He's a downfield guy that's going to help both with the deep ball, but he's also works the middle of the field. Kosmider echoed those sentiments. So I think there's a way that both Marvin Mims and Jaylen Waddle could coexist, but I'm going to have to see it. Because to me, if I had to guess of all the guys, I think Marvin Mims profiles the closest to what you have in Waddle. Therefore, I think he might be the guy that gets the snaps taken away.
Interesting.
Why are you thinking it's Franklin?
I would circle Troy Franklin.
I'm not so dug in that I would push back too hard on that. Tell me why, though.
Skill set, okay? So let's think about this. Like, skill set be damned. Jaylen Waddle and Cortland Sutton are 1-2. Okay? They will see the highest snap counts in the offense. Their roles are solidified. They're 1-2.
Yep.
Pat Bryant is big-bodied, possession-y kind of receiver. Good third down weapon. You know, can win on a slant close to the line of scrimmage, get body position, and he's a very good blocker. He does a lot of very good little things all over the field. I don't think Pat Bryant becomes obsolete with an acquisition like this. Mims, to me, is just you're full-on gadget guy now. I don't even know if Marvin Mims factors into the passing game anymore on this team.
You know what I want to add, and Schefter kind of poo-pooed this. I wouldn't be shocked if they shopped him.
I wouldn't be surprised
I know he's
either.
a great return guy, but if they do want another second-round pick or something like that back,
yep,
the Pro Bowl guy right there.
Troy Franklin, to me, is the one who, number one, can have issues with his hands, and number two, I don't think he has a skill set that necessarily jumps off the page to say, this guy profiles as something we have to have on the field. I think Troy Franklin tries to essentially split the difference between Jaylen Waddle and Cortland Sutton, but he's not as good as either of them.
I don't disagree, but again, he is 6'3", 180.
He's tall.
So here's what we got to find out. I don't disagree with your premise at all. If it truly is personnel packages decided by Davis Webb, but if it's Sean still, I feel like he would still play the bigger body.
It's a Monster Ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win tickets for a huge division matchup between the best teams in hockey, Dallas and Colorado, tomorrow night. Text the keyword GOLD. Right now, that's GOLD to 303-504-0925. Again, the keyword is GOLD. It's brought to you by Papa Murphy's. Jaylen Waddle makes the Broncos offense how much better? We'll kick that question around next. We'll be live at the Buffalo Rose in Golden to watch all the NCAA tournament action with you on Thursday. Stop by the oldest bar in Colorado with great drinks, classic views, and play some pop shot against the Altitude crew. Win some prizes. We'll see you at the Buffalo Rose in Golden Thursday starting at 10 a.m. Yes, NCAA tournament time is here. By the way, make sure you get to altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket and pick your 5 teams. That's right. You only got to pick 5. You don't got to fill out an entire bracket. Rack up the points the further they go. By the way, tournament underway, Andy. Howard, an early first-half lead on UMBC, 9-4.
Uh-oh. Is that upset alert? Not really, right? Aren't they the same seed, or what are we looking at?
It's a 16-16 game. Yes, this is they're in Dayton playing for an opportunity to move on and get destroyed.
Who's the better 16?
So we're going to find out. Who is the premier 16 in this matchup tonight? We will know after this one who has 16 seed supremacy. By the winner of this game will get Michigan, 31-2 Michigan. So good luck, guys. You've got it. All right. I'm taking a look at some numbers with this Broncos offense. Last year, Randy, 23.6 points scored per game. So essentially, let's round up. 24 points a game, 14th. They were 14th in scoring offense last year. 15th in yards per play, 5.3 yards per play. That's 15th in the league. Passing touchdowns, I'm going to get into some specific Jaylen Waddle stats here. Passing touchdowns, the Broncos had 25 last year. That was 16th in the NFL. So really, 14, 15, 16, welcome to average.
Yep.
That's what they were.
Middle of the pack.
Yes. Here's kind of a weird stat. We were talking to Cameron Wolf earlier, and he's, very much selling us on, hey, Jaylen Waddle, big-time yak guy. He is going to get production after the catch. All right? Did you realize, Andy, that the Broncos last year were 5th in total yak, yards after the catch? They were 5th in the NFL in total yards after the catch. But in yards after catch over expectation, this is when they use the next-gen data to chart out where players are on the field and what you should be able to gain. They were only 23rd in yak over expectation.
So they had a high number
yak
of yards after the catch, but not as many as they could have had.
Could have or should have.
They did not max out the opportunities.
Simply what I took that as is all of those throws into the flat, the Broncos kind of spammed the hell out of that and were able to get a lot of empty calories out of that, but it didn't necessarily move the needle for their offense. Like, we've gone over their air yard stats. They were bottom of the barrel in the NFL essentially last year. Like, all of those, Bo Nix flip out to the flats to RJ Harvey or J.K. Dobbins or Tyler Bidet on a check down late on a third down. Those don't do anything for you. Yeah, you might pick up 6-7 yards or whatever. Well, guess what? It was 3rd and 9. You didn't convert, and now you're punting the ball. So that's something this team needs to be better on the earlier downs, and that's going to prevent them from having as many 3-and-outs as they did last year, which there were way too many of them. Again, this is one area where you want Jaylen Waddle to help with that. Here's another weird stat on the Broncos offense, and we talked about this in season last year. Average target separation. Again, this is, once you scan out where the players are on the field. The Broncos had the best average target separation in the NFL last year, tied with Chicago at 3.8. It's that thing we said all the time. Sean Payton is scheming guys open.
Yeah, so guys were open is what you're saying.
They're open.
And they were the best in the league. They were more wide open than most guys in the league.
Yes. You got to be better. You have to have a more dynamic passing game if that's what you are getting from your play design and from your receivers. I hope that Jaylen Waddle will help the team in that area. Again, a guy that's good at catching the ball downfield. He's not the biggest dude, but he'll put his body in harm's way and go make those catches. Because there were drops. That is, and also there were drops and Bo missed guys. It was a combination of two issues there. Hopefully, Jaylen Waddle is going to make that better. When you go through those numbers right there and you basically, you hear of the mediocrity of the Broncos passing game from a year ago, how much better can Jaylen Waddle make it? Is just the arrival of a dynamic number one receiver enough to make this a top 10 passing game in the league?
It won't solve all problems.
Sure.
Okay? Because again, and look, I'll fire some people up, don't care. Bo can't overthrow dudes, all right? And I know, again, we're going to get all the classic writing in. Well, they didn't drop it. They dropped it when he got. No, man, there were too many of the overthrows where he ran up into a throw and chucked it over the head of Marvin Mims.
Right.
Waddle can't help that necessarily because Mims a pretty fast guy too. Now, I would expect that if Bo gets it close to you, I don't think Waddle needs the perfect pass. At least some of the highlights that I've watched.
Yeah.
He does not need a perfect pass to make a play. He adjusted on the ball real well for Tua Tagovailoa.
Sure did.
And I think if he can do the same thing for Bo, Tua Tagovailoa, give me who says that? Isn't that?
It was Rick Ross.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's a buried one.
Yeah, it's fine. It is.
It's an obscure one.
What did you have to go find yesterday?
He found Adazio.
Yeah, you found the Adazio
faster
one.
than
But
he
look,
found Tua.
bottom line is I do think Waddle's going to make some catches and maybe the other guys
Tua
weren't.
Tagovailoa.
There it is. There it is.
I think he'll make some catches maybe the other guys weren't last year. And I think he'll make some plays for Bo, and he's going to help Bo out.
Does some of that settle Bo down in the pocket?
I hope.
Like knowing that a guy is knowing he'll be open, knowing he's going to make a catch. Like the idea of, I don't need to put too much extra oomph into this thing simply to try and make a perfect throw.
Yeah, I think it should help.
It's not as though that is 100% the cause of Bo Nix's pocket zoomies, but maybe, again, better pass catchers will help to settle those games, the bad Bo games.
How about this?
That those can maybe be fewer and further between.
Here's what I hope he trusts. I now have two guys I can count on to make a play for me.
Right.
Because, did he trust Marvin Mims? I don't know. Look, Mims tried a number of times to connect. They just never had the chemistry. I'm not quite sure why, because in year one, he did have some chemistry. That's what was crazy about it.
We noticed
he hits Mims on some great throws. In his rookie year, he just missed him, it felt like, for the most part last year. He had a couple more towards the end, whatever. But I'm just saying, maybe now what will calm down the zoomies, because as we know, when Bo sets his base and throws with proper footwork, he's as accurate and as
pretty good.
All the arm strength he needs to be a top 5 QB in the league.
Pretty good.
But the zoomies get to him. A number of former quarterbacks have pointed it out, whether it's Chase Daniel or Dan Orlovsky or whatever. Even Kurt Warner had a few things to say about it. So now maybe he doesn't quite get the zoomies, because I think the zoomies do come from knowing they've locked down Cortland, and I'm going to have to go find somebody else, and I don't have time to figure out who I trust.
Right.
Maybe knowing I've got two guys now and they're going to make a play for me and they will make a catch, even if I'm not perfect with the ball, will calm them down. I hope.
NCAA tournament on Thursday on 92.5. Tune in tomorrow for a special Nuggets ticket Wednesday. We'll be giving away Nuggets tickets all day for Keyword starting at 6:20. Yes, the Nuggets in action tonight against the Sixers at 8 o'clock. Tip-off is at 8. Your pregame coverage begins at 7:30 with Mark Bertinoli right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. High Five, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up next. We have more details on the Broncos' acquisition of Dolphins wide receiver Jaylen Waddle. Massive trade for Denver going down today. Plus, Maxix Crosby has spoken, Andy. We have gotten his side of the story.
Oh, yes, indubitably.
On the visit to Baltimore. It doesn't sound like he got any crab cakes. We'll tell you that next in the High Five.
Guys, let's talk about your energy levels. It's time to talk low testosterone. Is this something that you think that maybe you've suffered from? If you think you have, then it's time to go find out over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There's a number of things low testosterone can do for you. Of course, it can kill your sex drive, but it can also lead to a little bit of gained weight, brain fog, not sleeping so well, not getting the gains in the gym, not having the energy level that you want. If any of this sounds like what you're dealing with, get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and talk to them about their new programs. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you lose weight, support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more, along with the low T treatments. And so I've been on the GLP-1, lost the 40-plus pounds, looking to get down to 50 lost pounds. I'm hoping by the end of the month, but it's all happened for me in about 7 months' time, and I've really been happy with it. They've been great guides at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic along the way as to what to do to maximize these results. And again, I've talked to them about their peptides. I know a lot of the things that they have going over there. So if you want to look for more muscle mass, if you want to look to maybe feel better in your joints, they can help you. It's time to go and talk to them. At the first visit, they'll draw your blood and have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider that'll review the results with you and talk to you about your T levels, and you'll also have a PSA test. If you decide that you're going to start on these programs, the cost of the appointment, which is only $99, will be free if you sign up for testosterone the day of the visit. So if you want to get back to feeling like your old self, time to get over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with 5 locations to serve you in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, a new revamped location in Castle Rock and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
NCAA tournament underway. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket. Enter the coolest contest in March. You pick 5 teams and you are entered. Lower seeded teams are worth more when they win games. This year's winner gets a pair of tickets and a catered suite to the first Nuggets home playoff game, dinner for 2, and an autographed Nikola Jokic jersey. That is a sick prize. It's powered by Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at GrooveToyota.com. Tiebreaker, the earlier entry, so enter now at AltitudeSportsRadio.com/notabracket. And don't forget, we'll be carrying the games all day, Thursday and Friday. Spring, give me a little sweet sounds of March Madness right now on Westwood 1.
Does not get the members bounce here at UD Arena. Later on, we'll select the call of the day, sponsored by CallRail.
All right, they're doing a live read, but they're at UD Arena there in Dayton. Never know what you're going to get mid-game broadcast.
You tried so hard. You two had it all worked out.
You never know.
You're like, let's just make sure we're not in commercial. Mark Springer did that. And what happens? The actual live read commercial.
This free throw is brought to you by...
There we go. You want some action?
Yeah,
there we go. Give me action.
That double as Harris goes flapjack in front of him. Now
Flapjack.
Tancher way up ahead. Diggs by himself. Two-handed dunk for the one-time ODU Monarch. 24-20 within 4.
And you can break the pressure on the opposite side.
There you go. Is that Kevin?
Over on AM 950 right
Was that
now.
Kevin Kugler, by the way? That felt reminiscent of a Kugler.
Don't know.
There.
Where's Bednar?
All right. So there you go. That's what's going on with the NCAA tournament. It's happening right now again.
Who would the free throw be brought to you by? Now you got me wondering.
Howard and UMBC in action right now. Sales possibilities all over the place, Andy. Texas and NC State, the late game tonight. Big week for True TV. This is a great sports night tonight. We got the 2 first 4 games. We got the WBC final between Team USA and Venezuela, and we got Nuggets Sixers tonight. This is a good sports night. Good night for sitting on the couch, watching some tube, and taking in some sports. You could even have guacamole on a Tuesday tonight, Andy.
Okay.
I recommend.
I'm glad you gave us permission.
You have permission. You have my permission to smash up some avocados and have some tortilla chips.
Nice. Lightly salted.
Enjoy it, everybody.
Heavily salted.
Don't lay off the salt. Let's do football news right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, because they got themselves a number 1 wide receiver, they being the Denver Broncos. Mark Springer, tell us about pizza. Do a pizza live read. This pizza live read, this free throw is brought to you by...
$10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. On Tuesdays only, get any large pizza for just $10. Order online now at papamurphys.com. The Broncos are receiving wide receiver Jaylen Waddle.
Receiving a receiver.
Yes, and the Dolphins' 4th-round pick. And the Broncos will send their 1st-round pick.
So the Dolphins receive the 1st-round pick.
Yes. And their 3rd and 4th-round picks. That's your trade. Jaylen Waddle goes to the Broncos. Hey, just so you guys are aware, people bring this up. Jaylen Waddle was at this Brand Risk Promotions fight night event this weekend.
Totally.
It's just one of those, like, dumb people are fighting.
Okay.
Weird rando internet celebrities or stuff like that.
Okay.
Okay, and Jaylen Waddle was asked this.
Today, guys, with the one and only
Jaylen Waddle.
Jaylen Waddle, I have a quick question for you.
You didn't even know.
Later in your career or now, would you ever see yourself getting inside the ring in Brand Risk?
Who am I fighting? Like you gotta give me like who I'm fighting.
Anybody.
Pat Surtain. I beat the out of him.
Oh, Pat Surtain.
Beat the dog out here.
Oh my God. All right.
There's a lot more people.
It's a lot more people?
But that's just top of my mind. I beat the dog out, bro.
Yeah, he went on and on. Now, for those who don't know,
the dog bleep. I love that he kept going to dog bleep on it. That was good.
Want to make sure he knew. He was smiling the whole time that he said it. But they're like bros from back in Alabama, and
I don't know what I heard right there, Andy. Is they hate each other.
Could
this is going to be a divided
spicy.
locker room going forward.
We're gonna have a fight in minicamp.
Yeah, we can't kid around anything. No, they're bros. They played together for 3 years at Alabama. They were FaceTiming today. They were taken in the top 10 in the exact same draft. Waddle at 6, Surtain at 9. These guys, good buddies, and I'm sure Patrick Surtain gave a glowing review of Jaylen Waddle to the Broncos front office. Not that they needed it, but they got it, I'm sure.
Yeah, you're right. It
Yeah.
sounds like if they were working on this from the trade deadline, no further evaluation was needed.
Yeah, this is a guy that averages 75 catches, over 1,000 yards, and 5 touchdowns per season since he's been in the NFL. That's production that you will, you will beat the dog bleep out of somebody for that production on your team, and the Broncos did that today.
Yeah, that's production you don't typically find with the 30th pick in a bad NFL draft,
Exactly.
which people are calling this a bad NFL draft right now. So, yeah. Good for them.
There's going to be plenty of good players in the second
There
and
are.
third. And
There are. And you know what? If you want a third-round pick, maybe you move another guy and find a way into a third-round pick. I don't know.
Didn't move any of the 27 picks, though.
No, that's smart because that's what's supposed to be the good draft.
That's the draft that everyone's hot for. Everyone's going to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic getting ready for that draft.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're getting ready for date night. No, I think, you know what is interesting, because we talked to Nick Kosmider last hour about this thing and why these things take time. Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, all of them, Tom Pelissero putting it out there that this was something that was kind of kicked around at the trade deadline. But A, the Dolphins had dead men walking as far as their management team that think, I guess, we're trying to save their job. And B, now that George Payton's been to the combine, now that he's evaluated how deep the class is, I don't think it's any surprise that they've had a chance to sit down and go, we don't really, it's because what's Leggy told us, day 3 of the draft, rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 is not as great as it's been in years past.
Yeah.
And the Broncos said, yeah, we're good. We'll dump out.
Still got 10 picks.
You do.
Still got
plenty of picks.
Yeah.
I guess they have a couple fourth round. Well, they swapped fourth rounders. That
fourths.
should be noted.
They got
but I think they had an extra fourth to begin with.
And they got 62. What did Nick Benito go? 60 or whatever?
Something like that, yeah. You can still get your tight end at 62.
Yeah.
Or maybe find another young running back.
I assume they can find an all-pro again at 62.
My guess is they'll lock in at an off-ball backer, as they're now called. Not a middle linebacker, but an off-ball backer or a tight end currently, because those would be the two need places where you'd probably like some younger, cheaper depth.
Their tight ends still stink.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I'd like that improved.
But their receiving room is a lot better as of today.
By the way, David, well, this may be I'm not going to say it. He may have it in the high five.
All right, go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Max Crosby talking for the first time since the trade was rescinded or since the Ravens backed out of the trade with the Raiders. He went on his own podcast, The Rush, today. He said that when he was at the Ravens facility, he didn't meet with Ravens brass, new head coach Jesse Minter, GM Eric DaCosta, until like 5 hours into his visit. And
they made him wait.
Yeah.
He sat in the waiting room all day.
And then this happened.
At the end, they're like, yeah, I'll take you up. Joe was like, I'll take you up and you go see the head coach, whatever, just before you leave. I was like, hell yeah. I was like, that's what I want to say what's up to him. So I went back up and I dap him up, and I could just tell like the energy was a little bit off. And the GM was standing in like the hall, like in the room next to me to the right. And that was the first time I seen him. And, I'm just in my head, like, this is a whirlwind. Like, I'm so excited, like, fired up. You know what I mean? Like, this is a new opportunity, whatever. And you could just tell the energy was off. Like, I dapped him up. He had, like, a blank face. And I'm like, okay. I'm not thinking anything of it. Maybe he's just different. I don't know. I don't know him, whatever. Yeah. I go into the room. They sit me down on the couch. And he's like, man, I don't know how to say this, but, one of our doctors has concerns with the results and whatever. And, like, with your knee, like, some of them have, are concerned about the future and da-da-da-da-da. And, we really want you and this is what it is, but, we're just going to have to get more and more opinions. And I was like, the first thought in my head, like, I was terrified because I'm thinking in my head, like, what the like, I just had, like, Neil Elitrosh, best surgeon in the country, like, the best of the best. He's done all my surgeries for the most part, like, that's my guy. Like, I go to his house. Like, that's my dude. Like, he's the best.
Hang out with him at his house. That's how I know he's a good surgeon. Okay, so a couple of more details on this, Andy. So Crosby, by the way, they flew him to D.C. He had to drive to Baltimore.
Nice.
So they didn't send the jet.
Yeah, that doesn't help the knee.
No. He went back to the hotel after this frosty meeting. His agents told him they thought Baltimore will back out of the deal. A member from the Ravens, somebody from the Ravens, called Crosby and said they were going to get the deal done. 5 minutes later, Crosby receives a call from his agent saying Baltimore has backed out of the deal. Quote, no one will ever admit what the real truth is. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. I am where I'm supposed to be. Close quote. You think the Raiders agree that you're where you're supposed to be?
Yeah, we're going to find out. Fixing to find out if that's true. They still think that's where you're supposed to be.
Right. They would like you to not be there.
Yeah.
That's where they would like you to be. This is a wild story, Andy. The
More is
more
going to come out.
The more details that I've gathered, it just feels like Baltimore figured out, oh, there's no market for Trey Hendrickson. We don't have to give up 2 first-round picks. That would be stupid. So let's go ahead and take a risk on damaged goods that we just have to give cap space to and not give up our draft picks. I think the the Ravens very quickly realized, oh, we don't have to do all that to get a better pass rusher.
No, I don't disagree with you. And again, you don't want to give up the first two first-round picks, I'm trying to say.
14th overall pick.
Yeah, you're dead in the middle of the round. You're in some pretty good player territory.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking about not a great draft. You're still in that 15. You're in a blue-chip grade, that's for sure, especially if they push another quarterback up. So, yeah, I think they just got cold feet. And look, there's also a chance maybe Max's personality wasn't all they thought.
Right.
Folks have got to jive with each other. Just it is what it is, and so here we are.
It's got to be uncomfortable to get a bro hug that there isn't real enthusiasm behind it. An empty calorie bro hug.
We're in radio. We've all had a bad vibe from a manager.
That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt somebody like Max Crosby. That guy
he likes a bro hug.
He only gets real embraces.
Yeah, that's right.
He does not want a wet noodle hug, and it sounds like that's what he got. Uncomfortable for everybody involved. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, and let's close with this. Couple notes here. Andy, I didn't include this, but you mentioned it. David Njoku, tight end, visiting with the aforementioned Ravens today. And Hollywood Brown, wide receiver, agrees to a 1-year deal with the Eagles.
Hold on. Go ahead.
What do you got?
He's got an interesting headline I want to talk about at some point. The final story? What? Seahawks are opening on a Wednesday, not a Thursday? What? Why?
In Australia.
Ooh, an Australian game.
Okay. All right.
Well, it's Wednesday there, Andy. It's like Friday afternoon here.
You kidding me? It's next Sunday.
Those are the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. By the way, Hollywood Brown, you add him to, if you've got your full complement of receivers, if Hollywood Brown's your number 3 receiver, that's a good acquisition for Philly. So good on them. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. The Broncos have traded for Jaylen Waddle. Their offense is more dynamic. Is he now the focal point of the Broncos offense? Will Sean Payton really consistently get him the ball in space? We're talking about that next. Third and final keyword of the day on a Ticket Tuesday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your keyword is Patrick.
No way.
Patrick. We had Shamrock, Gold, and Patrick. Andy, can you figure out a connection?
Gold. I cannot do the gold member anymore.
Patrick. Text Patrick right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. It's a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. Find a location near you at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Patrick. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Obviously, the connection, Andy, between Patrick Gold and Shamrock. Could Patrick Surtain play on the U.S. flag football team at the 2028 L.A. Olympic Games and win a gold medal? He'll need a bit of good luck. Perhaps a Shamrock could get him there.
I like Pat.
Patrick Surtain is a friend and a former college teammate of Jaylen Waddle. He is now an NFL teammate after the Broncos today traded the number 30 selection, a third-round pick, and a fourth in next month's NFL draft to Miami for the services of a sixth-year wide receiver Jaylen Waddle and another fourth-round pick. Jaylen Waddle, Andy, just made the middle of the field available. Both Cameron Wolfe and Nick Kosmider talked about this earlier. The Broncos passing game did not take full advantage of the intermediate middle of the field, really intermediate areas of the field just in general. 57% of Jaylen Waddle's receiving yards last year with Tua in Miami and assorted other quarterbacks came on targets between 10 and 19 air yards. 40% of those yards came across the intermediate center of the field, according to Pro Football Focus. That part of the football field, can Bo Nix start to finally consistently complete some passes to that part of the field that was such a big part of how Drew Brees became a Hall of Famer in New Orleans? Well, Jaylen Waddle just showed up to hopefully solve that problem for the Broncos. I give this trade just an A immediately because Denver needed skill position talent, and they got it. They needed speed. They needed a dynamic playmaker, and they did it. Did they fix everything in their offense? Not really. They still don't have tight ends. I'm still worried about J.K. Dobbins' injury history, but when he's healthy, he's really, really good. But for one of the biggest things they needed to do, just make their offense more dangerous, stop having so many damn 3-and-outs, I think today they addressed that issue.
They did. They found a playmaker. And again, I'm going to bring up your favorite term. I think he's more a joker as to what I think about a movable or a chess.
We need a joker.
Yeah. Nate, by the way, wants that term going. And actually, a few texters earlier did back you up.
By the way, speaking of the way that he gets used, last year, 33% of his targets were out of the slot. So he can line up wide or in the slot.
But they ran him with reverses and jet sweeps and all. See, again, Nate, we talked about this earlier. Do you see a world where both Marvin Mims and Jaylen Waddle are on the field at the same time? Because as I described, you said you think Marvin Mims is strictly the gadget guy now, which, again, I don't know that I can argue that with you, but it just feels like some of the plays that I watched him do in the highlight cut-ups are the plays that Marvin Mims was trying to do for the Broncos. So will he be better at the Marvin Mims role?
So
will this make Marvin Mims expendable?
14 career rushing attempts for Jaylen Waddle. His career high was 4 back in 2024. He has 1 rushing touchdown so far in his career. He has 4 rushing first downs so far in his career. So maybe that's a part of his game that Sean Payton tries to open up and take advantage of a little bit. Or maybe that's still Mims' gig to be the jet sweep guy. I don't know.
Well, again, from what Cameron Wolfe described to us, and he said this is a guy you worry about popping the top. Now, again, you're going to have to hit a few of these passes because Mims and Franklin could pop the top too, and you just didn't hit enough of those throws, whether it was an overthrow or a not catch, either way, to have people respecting that throw. But I would assume, to your point about Mims, you could put Mims slot, use him on a sweep, and if both Sutton and Waddle are now pushing defensive coverage back, it opens up more space for you to work with if you want to run that kind of play, I would hope, in theory.
Early on in the free agency period where we were kind of pining over the available options, we talked about Alec Pierce. Last 2 years leads the NFL in yards per reception. Back in 2022, that was Waddle's second season in the NFL. That was his best year as a pro. I remember because I had him in fantasy that year. But he led the NFL 18.1 yards per catch. He is going to be a better downfield threat. And again, what he can do in terms of being a yak guy, he's a top 10 yak guy since he showed up in the NFL. He is the speed that they so desperately needed. You think about that now, Andy, is Courtland Sutton, can continue to live in his sort of Bo Nix security blanket world. Like, that can still be his role. He is a big target. He is good at catching the ball in traffic. He is good at being kind of the third down. You got to have it. You throw the ball to Courtland Sutton guy. I don't think that necessarily changes all that much. I still think that's going to be Sutton's role because of the chemistry and rhythm and timing and everything else that he has developed with Bo Nix. Like, they're a good combination, Nix and Courtland Sutton. Jaylen Waddle, though, is something else in terms of that speed. You have got to get him over the middle of the field, in those slant routes, in those post routes, and boom, you hit him in stride, and hopefully, he's going for 35 yards in the blink of an eye. That is the thing that I think can make this team better, because chunk yardage plays are what they desperately, desperately need. Cannot be punting the ball as much as they have been.
No, and I'm with you. What I was going to say is what I like about this is your first true guy where if you miss him, he's gone.
Yep.
And you've not had that. We were pining for that last year. So this is your first skill set like that jumps into the offense, and I'm excited to see how they use it. And because of the fact that if a tackler misses him, he could make you pay with a house call, I get excited for what spacing that could do for not only Courtland Sutton, but hopefully some young tight end that you bring up to maybe. And who knows? You know what? Maybe this ultimately opens up a world where Evan Ingram is an actual noticeable player on this team.
That'd be great.
But I don't know I don't know what the Evan Ingram riddle to all this really is.
Here's a good note though on Evan Ingram. This is something I saw the other day, and I hadn't put these dots together. Remember the 58-yard reception that Ingram had in the preseason?
Oh yeah.
That was the game that Davis Webb was the play caller.
That's true.
Okay.
With Stiddy, though.
All right. It was with Stiddy. Well, Stiddy's still on the team for now.
If you can get that preseason base look and let Evan Ingram just run a drag route all the way through against third-teamers,
hey,
look the hell out.
Hey, Davis Webb and Evan Ingram in that situation, dangerous combo.
Gotta have it.
Gotta have it.
No, but again, see, the thing is I refuse to believe that Ingram wasn't open all the time. Matter of fact, I saw plays where he was open.
Sure.
Just for whatever reason, Bo didn't want to dial him up, which was weird because Bo was dialing him up plenty in practice during training camp.
Couldn't stop.
And then it just stopped. And I don't know why.
Your keyword is Patrick. Text Patrick to 303-504-0925. That's Patrick to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. It is a $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, the keyword Patrick. Text Patrick to 303-504-0925. Andy, the Broncos last year won because of their defense. They were generally carried by that group most of the season. Defensive variance is very real. And whether it's simply injuries or the difficulty in replicating it, chances are the Broncos defense next year in a lot of the metrics could be lower than they were this year. Okay. But when you put Jaylen Waddle in this offense, you give another year of experience to R.J. Harvey while bringing back J.K. Dobbins and having him healthy, at least for the start of the year, okay? Another year of improvement for Pat Bryant and Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin, although it was a year of regression last year for Marvin Mims, mostly because they didn't throw him the ball. An offensive line that is solidified. A quarterback that we hope there is a next step there for him to take. Okay? All of those things put together. Can this Broncos team, while maybe being a tick less on defense next year, still be a 13-14 win, favored in the AFC West kind of club because the offense will pick up some of the slack.
It could happen if your run game is right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest about it. And that's something else Cameron Wolf talked to us about, that because of the coverage looks they may have to give Waddle, if you don't make it obvious you're trying to run, it could open up more space for the running backs. It could open up more space for an RJ Harvey or a J.K. Dobbins. I don't know which. But yes, and I'll say this, not just the run game. Here's what has to happen. You got to pick up first downs, period. This team has got to get better at picking up first downs more consistently throughout the game and extending drives. Because what happens too often when you're the king of 3 and outs, and they were that in too many times in quarters and halves, whatever, you give the other team way too many looks at your defense. Well, again, as good as that defense was, and they were phenomenal in the AFC Championship, they were really good against Buffalo. Again, we all have to accept is if Buffalo didn't keep turning the ball over with their own dumb turnovers, that probably is a very different game.
Yes.
So you got to find a way to let your defense have a rest, and be able to look at some tape, and at least, if you're not going to go score, you got to at least go flip the field. How did the Patriots ultimately win the AFC Championship? After the ill-fated 4th down play, they made enough of a play. Would they make one play on that set of downs that got them off first down so they could get out far enough so they could flip the field, pin the Broncos back, and that's ultimately led to what was disaster on the one mistake that Stidham made. Well, prior to the game not mattering.
Yes, the reverse chest pass.
Exactly. But how did you do that? You picked up a couple first downs. You're able to pin them deep. The Broncos offense at least has to be able to function that way. And there were times last year where way too often you're going 3 out way too many consecutive times in a row, not getting anything done and not possessing the ball.
Find some offensive consistency. Sean Payton has stressed the importance of creating more turnovers this year. That's the other part. They will have more takeaways next year.
I would think.
And you can say stress it all you want. This team already defends at the highest level you possibly can. Some of it is just dumb luck, right?
It is.
Some of it is just fumbles will bounce your way. You'll have better fumble luck. You will come up with more interceptions. Maybe maybe Hufanga won't drop every single one that comes in his direction, you know? Maybe some tipped balls will find their way into your hands. Like takeaways is one of those classic just like from one year to the next. If you have a crap takeaway year one year, you'll probably have a better one the next season. The Jets will probably have an interception this year.
Probably.
I think.
I'm not going to go all in on it. I'm not putting that money down and skipping my mortgage payment over it. I can tell you that.
Yes. But you would think that simply would be better. So again, even if your defense is maybe just top 10 rather than top 5, even though you're still friggin' loaded on that side of the ball. But even if it steps down through more takeaways and giving your offense field position and a guy in Jaylen Waddle to just take a shot to, that right away you're a better football team.
Look, we are finding out just how much Sean Payton hated his own offense. And anybody that thinks they're being too hard on this group, and some have texted in throughout the day thinking that we have.
Yeah.
Let me be very clear. Let me remind you that the Broncos have now traded a 1st and a 3rd round draft pick. If they swap 4ths, folks, so it's really just a 1st and a 3rd.
Yeah.
They actually got to move up higher in the round in the 4th than what they had. So they gave up a 1st and a 3rd for what I think is their true number 1 receiver, despite Cortland still being on the team. Sean Payton's handed over play calling, and he is after whatever he can do. They've apparently looked heavily into the tight ends. I still think a tight end is coming somewhere.
There has to be.
They at least, and we know this, and because Schefter confirmed it, they at least paid a visit to the Travis Etienne camp to talk about it before deciding. And I liked how Schefter put it, even though it's basically what you and I said. They decided they weren't going over $10 million for a running back. Whether you agree with it or not, that's what they said. We are not having more than a $10 million running back. And frankly, the way running backs are used in this offense with the split carries and all, probably a smart decision.
Yes.
If you're not going to play a guy, why pay a guy?
Well said.
So, but I think, again, Sean Payton himself has told you, Broncos country, I really have hated my offense the last couple of years. And it's got to get better, and it's got to get more consistent. And so that's what they're out to do. And if they can get that, yeah, they'll go win 13 or 14 games again. Because like you said, we saw it between 2015 and 2016. Now, I don't know how the 2016 defense would have held up had they actually had an offense down the stretch to help them. They're pretty darn good when the offense was pulling its share of the rope in the first few games before everybody got hurt.
Hey, Broncos defense was not as good down the stretch last year as they were
It
most
was
of the
not.
season. You started to see a fade at the end of the year.
You lost Brandon Jones. That
Yep.
changed a lot. That's why maybe a little safety depth will help you. And again, I just don't think they ever knew what to do with Dre Greenlaw. He was never the guy that you were hoping that you had. So I would guess they want another linebacker in the mix there as well.
If you would have told me at the start of this offseason the Broncos are going to add Jaylen Waddle, I would have taken it every single time.
Yeah.
That's an A move.
And you cannot tell me with Kenyon Sadiq running what he ran.
Right.
And the chances being really good that guy's not going to be there past 15 anymore. So basically, look, Jeff Legwold had suggested earlier in the week, maybe they get saucy and actually make a trade up into the striking. Well, instead of doing that in the draft, which can be hard because all these NFL teams this time of year act like their draft picks are actual houses in Monopoly, you go ahead and you make a trade for a guy that's a proven commodity and you know what you're getting.
Jaylen Waddle is a Bronco. Way to go, Sean and George Payton. You guys did it. You finally made an impact move this offseason, and the Broncos are a better team today. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nuggets and Sixers tipping off tonight at 8 o'clock. Andy, I've got an NBA idea to run past you. I think we have a solution to NBA tanking.
Okay. All right.
It would never happen, but if it did, it would be the most fun way to solve the problem. I'll tell you what that is next. Nuggets Sixers tonight, 8 o'clock. Gotta have it. Lakers won again last night, by the way, Andy. Beat Houston.
I watched it. I told you I got so disenchanted with what I was watching in the Avs game that I've got the feature where you just put up the old split screen. So I had Rockets, Lakers, and Avs, Pens, trying to make sure at this point, by the time I turned that on, I was trying to make sure nobody on the Avs got hurt because no rally was coming. I knew that.
Nuggets are a full 2 back of the Lakers plus the tiebreak, so essentially 3 back.
Well, if any Nuggets fan wants to feel better, not that it will make you feel much better about how the Nuggets crapped one down the stretch, go watch what Houston did the last 7 minutes of that game last night.
Yeah, not good. Not good. Kevin Durant basically saying after the game, I'm my team's offense, and I need to be better.
I told you there was one possession where he shot 3 straight 3 balls. They kept rebounding it because the Lakers didn't have a bunch of size last night. And on the 4th time, or I guess it was the 3rd rebound, 4th attempt at a shot, a teammate of his saw Durant line up for another 3 and literally looked away and threw it to somebody else. And I just was laughing.
So Philly tonight. After that, you play the Tankin Grizzlies. Then you're back home to play Toronto on Friday. You play the Tankin Blazers on Sunday.
You got to have a good stretch. We talked about this yesterday.
Yes. So, Andy, I read the Athletic Bounce newsletter every day. It's a NBA newsletter that I get. It's really good. If you're an Athletic subscriber, make sure you sign up for it. And this is actually an idea that came from a reader. Okay. Sent this in. This is an idea to try and solve the tanking issue in the NBA. Too many teams purposefully losing games to try and get a better draft pick. This idea is called the petty draft.
Okay.
Listen to this. At the beginning of every season, there could be a draft where teams select another team they think will be bad. Teams pick in order of worst record from the year prior. So, for example, the Kings would have the first overall pick right now. They would pick the team that they believe will have the worst record during the next season, but you cannot choose yourself. So the Kings would probably take like Brooklyn.
At least an Eastern Conference team, right?
Yes. You then pick in that team's draft position, and the lottery is abolished. So 1 through 30, you're the crappiest team. You draft the team that you think will have the worst record in the NBA, and so on. So, like, the Thunder would be the 30th pick. But you're sitting there with a high pick in the petty draft. So you're just like, oh, I think the Jazz are going to suck. I think the Pacers, after the Halliburton injury, are going to suck. I think the Wizards are going to suck. You're purposely picking who you think is going to be the worst team in the league, and then their losses are what benefits your draft pick. So then in this situation, like if the Kings took the Nets and the Nets end up with the 3rd worst record in the league, then the Kings get the 3rd pick in the draft. You're no longer incentivized to lose. And it gives your fans another team to cheer to lose games.
That's interesting.
It's very petty.
Right.
The petty draft.
The petty draft. Now, it gets complicated, because to be clear, so what you're saying is, just so everybody knows, the Kings pick the Nets, and the Nets are off the board because instead of a player right now,
right.
This is a preseason deal.
Yes.
So it would have been the start of this year. They take the Nets as their draft pick.
Yep.
And nobody else can take them.
Right. They're off the board.
When you get to the Nuggets, it's going to be a little bit. Or do you only do the lottery teams? Everyone's got to do a pick, right? Just in case they stink.
Just go 1 through 30. This is 1 through 30. No more lottery.
But if you're the Nuggets, who are you picking? See, it's really going to stink
that's just
after
it.
the top.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're Denver and you're picking like 25th or whatever. You're gonna have to pick like, I don't know, like you're gonna have to pick like Toronto or something like that. You're gonna end up with a good team. Oh, I got the Celtics. Well then, but then you end up in the slot you're supposed to be in.
Sure.
Because all the crap. But then what's fun about it is like, do you remember like preseason? Like everyone thought like, oh, Phoenix is gonna absolutely suck.
That's where it gets fun.
But then Phoenix has had a good year.
So in this case, let's say Brooklyn took Phoenix thinking they would stink.
Right. And then they screwed themselves because they didn't select wisely.
But see, in this scenario, like if you were Sacramento, wouldn't you want to maybe pick a Western Conference team so you could try to beat them, if nothing else, to improve your pick?
You then incentivize those games a little bit more. Yeah, so if you're Sacramento, you take the Pelicans or whatever, you take the Jazz, well, then what are you going to do? Like you have to win those games. Those games are must-win games.
Could you also, and really spitballing here,
but this is all like teams are still – now there's no incentive to lose.
Sure.
Just try your best.
I was going to say, could you like create a tournament with the top 6 and you win your way to the pick?
See, that's the other thing about it is, and I have subscribed to that idea for a while of take every team that didn't make the playoffs and have a tournament, give massive bonuses to the players. I mean, take all the
But you got to win the pick.
Yeah, take all the in-season tournament stuff away. But then also, like, think about that too, Andy, is if you're a coach, like if you know, oh, we've got a tournament coming up at the end of the year where I could win my way to the number 1 overall pick. Well, if it's March or April, you want to dial your team in.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Those games become important suddenly.
And you don't want injuries.
Right. You want your team humming.
And the only thing you have is where you may want to be bad enough to get into the tournament, but then you got to.
The whole key is getting rid of losing on purpose or being incentivized to lose. Petty draft is kind of fun. It would never happen, but it'd be a really fun televised event.
Oh, and to your point, then you could get rid of this in-season cup crap and let Emirates pay for that instead.
Pay for the lottery tournament at the end of the year.
Because, again, you want to know why we've got so many teams playing 3 and 4 nights? Because of the NBA Cup stuff. So, whatever.
It was happening before the Cup. Don't worry. It still sucks.
We got to go every other night. Yeah, I'm for it. The petty draft is funny.
It is.
I still would rather watch them maybe try to do something on the floor, but the petty draft, it would be funny. But see, it would be funny till it wasn't.
Well, until some team gets royally screwed.
Yeah.
Till some team drafts.
Till Brooklyn takes Phoenix, and then boom.
Yeah.
You're picking 15.
And then the Suns are battling it for a 6 seed, and but also.
You're picking 20th.
Hey, them's the breaks in the petty draft. Spring, do we have a ticket winner on a Ticket Tuesday?
We do, and his name is John McDermott.
John McDermott.
Pat Flaherty really felt like he should have been the winner because of his name alone.
Well, McDermott got it on.
Pretty close.
Yeah, nice
Is that
Irishman.
Scottish?
Good question. Good. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's.
Don't be mistaken an Irishman for a Scotsman. The Scotsmen don't like it.
Somewhere in the UK. Anyway,
yeah, you're all hanging out in the same spot.
Congratulations to you, John McDermott. Brother of Sean McDermott. Congratulations. What is Sean McDermott doing now, by the way? Do we know? Did he get a gig? Or is he just hanging back getting a paycheck?
It's a great question. Did he get hired as someone's quality thing? I don't know. He's probably just enjoying the office. He'll get hired near football when he needs something to do.
Quality control thingamajig?
Well, isn't he the guy that's like, he's the assistant senior head coach advisor to
something?
Right.
Yep.
One of those titles you and I only wish we could get.
Somebody has to take those jobs. Congratulations, John McDermott. We're back tomorrow. We look forward to talking to you then. It's a Nuggets Ticket Wednesday tomorrow, so make sure you tune in on the 20s for your key words. Mark Bertinoli and Mark Springer. The Blitz is coming up next. Berto has pregame 7:30. We'll tip sometime after 8 o'clock. Nuggets and Sixers tonight right here with Kaz on the call on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Thanks to Nick Kosminer. Thanks to Cameron Wolf. Thanks to all of you. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.